Dear colleagues, welcome. Welcome to Cedefop, and welcome to our conference on financing adult learning. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how EU member states finance adult learning, taking a closer look at the different funding instruments, with particular attention to how individual learning accounts and training funds. Together, we will also reflect on the future of public financing in supporting the adult learning across Europe. My name is Alfredo Salmaso. I'm a communication expert here at Cedefop, and I have the big pleasure of being your facilitator for today. Before we start with the first round of keynote speeches, let me share with you a few practical details. So this morning, we will stay here in the Europa meeting room. where all the plenary sessions will take place. As you can see, the room has been recently refurbished. If you have been here in previous conference, you will probably notice a bit of change of setup. And so please do not bring into the room any hot drinks or food. We try to keep it as clean as possible for the time being. Then, as you have seen, we will serve the coffees in front here of the room, as well as the lunch. Around 10:45, we will have our first coffee break, and there we will also take a family picture. We will see if to do it outside, if the weather allows us. If not here in the room, I will give you more information later. Lunch will start at 12:30, and then it will finish at 14 straight. We will not reconvene here, but we will go into the breakout rooms for small working groups. We ask you to sign up for the working groups during the registration process. If you don't remember in which group you are, and so in which room you have to go, we have a list outside the room. And if you didn't sign up for any working groups, you can then sign up as well during the breaks. But be mindful, most of them are close to fully booked, especially the working group number 3, which has only 2 places left. Then please don't rush out after the conference, because we have prepared for you a small reception, this time in the cafeteria. Now, finally, a few rules of the house. Please respect the event's code of conduct, and in particular, remember to be respectful while talking to others during the question time or during the breaks. We will take questions only after the presentations, so you will need to raise your hand, we will give you the floor, and only then please open your microphone. When you finish with the question, please close it, because as you can see, the microphones are connected in a line, so if you don't close it, colleagues will not be able to speak after you. The event is being recorded, but not web streamed. After the event, we will decide if to publish a few sessions or the whole event, including the parallel sessions, but not the small working groups. Subject to the quality review of the speakers and, of course, to their consent. And now, without further ado, to officially open our conference, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jürgen Siebel, Executive Director of Cedefop, who will deliver his opening remarks. Jürgen, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Alfredo, and a warm welcome also from my side here to Thessaloniki. Great to see so many of you. A packed room is always good for conferences like this. And this conference actually addresses a crucial issue. It's about how to finance continuous skills development of the European workforce in response to key European ambitions to increase adult learning participation rates. More specifically, the objective of this event is to gain better understanding of the current arrangements for financial adult learning across the EU, with a particular focus on public funding and its potential future role in enhancing adult learning. Cedefop's research in this field will feed into our debate. I'm sorry, I think I have to grab some water, sorry. Strange morning, sorry. That's much better. So thank you all, including also the representatives of the Danish presidency, of the European Commission, European Parliament, national and regional administrations, social partners, education and training providers, practitioners, and of course also the research community for joining this event and engaging in the debate. But before we start our discussion, let me shortly introduce you to the context of Cedefop's work in financing adult learning. Skills and lifelong learning are key for sustainable growth, improving employability, boosting innovation, and ensuring social fairness in the EU. They are important for the productivity and competitiveness of businesses. They also empower individuals to fully participate in the labor market and in society. The digital and green transitions are rapidly changing skills requirements, necessitating enhanced support for individuals to update their skills throughout their working lives. Demographic trends like aging societies further amplify the need for continuous skills development of individuals to address potential skills shortages. Industries must invest in their workers, upskill them for future demands, enhance productivity, and thereby maintain sectoral competitiveness. All this calls for increased and concerted efforts to invest in continuous up- and reskilling at European level in the European workforce. And this, in turn, puts a heavy demand on adult learning systems. This is reflected, for instance, in the very recent Hanning Declaration on attractive and inclusive vocational education and training for increased competitiveness and quality jobs, 2026 to 2030, maybe shorter names in the future. The Hanning Declaration, we all know, which actually calls, among other things, for action at national level to, I quote, ensure sufficient and sustainable investment in CVET with support and better coordination of relevant EU financial mechanisms and national, regional and sectoral funds for training, end of quote. The EU has demonstrated long-standing commitment to increase participation in adult learning. More recently, in March, the European Commission came out with the Union of Skills initiative, which aims, amongst others, to ensure that everyone in Europe, no matter where they are, is empowered to build the solid skills foundations and engage in lifelong upskilling and reskilling. The European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan, adopted in 2021, demands that by 2030, 60% of all adults participate in training each year. Currently, participation, as most of you will know, is at 39.5%, indicating that there is a need for substantial progress. And I also think the rate at which we move can be increased. And improved. So funding in this context plays a crucial role in enhancing the provision and take-up of learning opportunities. As data reveals, countries that invest more in learning have higher participation rates. And achieving the ambitious 60% participation target will require an appropriate increase of funding devoted to adult learning from different sources. A challenge for bringing about this increase is that the cost of adults are all too often borne by the individual or his or her employer alone. By contrast, the benefits of adult learning tend to be widespread and shared by individuals, current employers, future employers, and society at large. In this context, institutional arrangements to support cost sharing by social partners and public authorities can help ensure sufficient funding. According to available estimates, employers are the primary funders of adult learning, being responsible for around 2/3 of the total investment. But their contributions vary significantly, especially between large and small enterprises. So increasing employer engagement and addressing the training needs of SMEs and micro-enterprises are critical. But governments also play an important role in funding adult learning. Public support for formal and non-formal adult learning in the EU stands at around 0.5% of GDP, representing around 1/3 of the total investment in adult learning. At the same time, many countries also face challenges of limited public resources. So public funding for adult learning can take different forms. These include government direct financing of adult learning providers or introducing incentives for employers and individuals, such as grants or tax incentives, to invest, provide, and participate in adult learning, respectively. There are also levy-based training funds arrangements which collect money from employers to support job-related training with various governance models at a mix of national, regional or sectoral levels, often involving social partners and based on law or collective agreements. Finally, there are individual learning accounts where in principle, according to the Council recommendation on ILAs, public authorities provide direct support for all working adults, including those who are not including those with no or less access to employer-sponsored training, be it because they are self-employed, be it because they're currently unemployed, working for SMEs or micro-enterprises, or because they are currently in transition in their professional career to another job or sector. There is a need to strike the right balance between publicly financed provision, financial incentives, and other support for individuals and companies to maximize the impact of limited public resources. Policymakers thus should explore and enhance various options to ensure adequate and sustainable funding for adult learning. Understanding and improving financial arrangements can help align adult learning provision with both economic competitiveness and social inclusion goals, ensuring effective and equitable learning opportunities for all adults across Europe. I trust that this conference will provide you with valuable insights into the functioning of various financing instruments applied across the EU to support adult learning. Our discussion will focus on two important policy tools, namely individual learning accounts and training funds. Based on the findings of the respective Cedefop research, studies aiming at supporting policymakers and social partners in designing and implementing these financing arrangements. But it will also look more broadly at the overall structure of public co-financing of adult learning, also by drawing on the information provided recently by our expert network Refernet and using the data collected by Cedefop in the previous years and presented in our database on financing adult learning. Thus, I would shortly point out that you will learn that what you will hear from my colleagues here today and tomorrow is the result of several years of work here at Cedefop and across EU member states. Some of the findings we are presenting to you are being discussed in public for the first time. Thus, I hope that this event will provide you with new and interesting insights and will be useful, in particular for countries and institutions which are currently working towards setting up ILAs or training funds, or even maybe rethinking the overall architecture of financing adult learning arrangements. I would like to wish you a very interesting and productive conference, and we definitely look forward to hearing your feedback and reflections in these 2 days. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. And now we will have the honor to hear from the representative of the three main institutions who will share their perspective on this important topic. We will start with the European Parliament, where we have a video message from Mrs. Eleonora Melletti, member of the European Parliament, and of course also member of the Committee of Employment and Social Affairs, but also co-chair of the Intergroup on the Future of Education and Skills. I said that we have a video message because unfortunately she couldn't join us today due to other commitments, but she kindly sent us this message to highlight the importance of our work and remind us that behind every number there are always people.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in recent years, Europe has made a clear and ambitious commitment to increase adult participation in learning and ensure that every European has the chance to reskill, upskill and adapt to the changing world of work. This is not just an educational goal, it is a social, economic and deeply human one. Because behind every percentage in our statistics, there is a person who wants to feel relevant, confident and capable of shaping their own future. And this is precisely what lifelong learning is about: empowerment, inclusion and dignity. Today's conference provides a valuable opportunity to reflect on how far we have come and, more importantly, where we need to go. We're here to explore one of the most crucial aspects of this transformation: funding. How do we make learning not just available, but truly accessible and affordable to all adults, regardless of their background, income or employment status? Across the European Union, we already see a diversity of instruments: tax incentives, training funds, public grants and increasingly individual learning accounts. These mechanisms are not only financial tools, they're instruments of social justice. They can make the difference between exclusion and participation, between stagnation and opportunity. Cedefop's research has provided invaluable insight into how these systems operate in practice, highlighting both their success and their challenges. The evidence shows that shared responsibility is the key. When public authorities, employers and individuals co-invest in skills, the results are stronger, fairer and more sustainable. But we must also recognize that funding alone is not enough. We need systems that are simple, transparent and equitable, especially for the most vulnerable groups, low-skilled adults, migrants and women returning to the labour market. We must design learning accounts and training funds that people actually use, trust and understand. Because if access to training depends on navigating bureaucracy, the opportunity becomes privilege once again. Europe's future competitiveness, social cohesion and democratic resilience depend on how we invest in people today. The green and digital transitions demand not only new technologies, but new mindsets, new skills and new ways of learning throughout life. As policymakers, we have a duty to ensure that no one is left behind in this transformation. That is why the future role of public co-financing must remain central, not as a cost, but as an investment in Europe's human capital, in our collective intelligence and creativity. Let us remember, education is not an expense, it's the foundation of freedom. And when we give adults the tools to learn, we give Europe the power to grow, not only economically, but also socially and morally. Thank you so much for this kind invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends.
And now let's move to the presidency of the Council of the European Union. We are pleased, in fact, to have with us Jacob Winkler-Motesen, Senior Advisor at the Danish Ministry of Children and Education. Jacob has an extensive experience in public financing of adult learning, both in general and vocational context. He will share with us valuable insights from the experience in Denmark. Jacob, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I start by telling you that I've listed my information up here, so if what I say leaves you with any questions, then feel free to contact me afterwards, and then I will return on your request. The content of today is a short and brief insight to the Danish model, the governance of it. I will move on to tell you a bit about skill funds, both private and public skill funds, and then a bit about the recent developments in Denmark. In large, the Danish model consists of two dimensions. We have a taxometer grant that the state provides and is given to the school. The taxometer grant is a fixed rate that is set every year, so the school know how much they will be paid, depending on how long the education is. Prior to this, there were negotiations between the state and every school about the budget, and if the schools had more students, then they would not be paid more. With the taxometer grant, that is depending on how many students there are, the school has an incentive to go out and try to have more students or more people coming in doing adult learning. On the other side, we have wage subsidies that are mainly paid by the employers. Every year they pay a tax depending on how many people are employed in their company. And those money are collected and given back to students who attend adult learning. The company can decide if they want to pay wages to the employees while they do adult learning, or they can decide to not pay wages. If they decide to pay wages, then the wage subsidies are going to the firm. And if they not decide to pay wages, then the wage subsidies go to the person doing adult learning, thereby minimizing the cost for the person doing adult learning by not being paid wages. The Danish model can be changed in smaller or bigger ways. When it comes to the taxometer, then it's the parliament who has a prerogative to change the grants. It can also determine which groups that can trigger taxometer grant. In vocational training, you will not trigger a grant if you have an educational level that exceeds high school. That means that the person who has to attend vocational training with an educational level above high school level has to pay the tuition fee itself. There are skill funds that can pay the tuition fee, and I'll come back to that later on. The taxometer are set on the yearly budget every year. It is a public known, so the schools can look into the grant for each education. There are a lot of different educations, and the taxometer grant are different from education to education, and it is set every year, and it's completely public. If they want to change the wage subsidies, then we look at it in two ways. If it is minor changes in the wage subsidies, for instance, the rates are adjusted due to inflation, then the government can do it itself and does it every year. If there are to be larger changes, for instance, a high increasement in the rate or new subsidies, then that is subject to a tripartite negotiation, where the government meet with the employees and the employers. And then they have to settle on what every member of those negotiations can agree upon. The governance structure of the schools who get the taxometer grant they are self-owned and state-funded schools. They are run by an independent board that hires their own directors. And then it's up to the school and their responsibility to use the money wisely. The funding is given as a grant, and they have to spend them within the purpose of that school. And those purposes are quite broadly defined, telling that they need to make sure that people who want to attend education on adult learning level has the possibility of attending it, and also that they have a broad variety of education that they can attend. It is also said that they have to make sure that attending adult learning give them good possibilities of either increasing their possibility of going into the labor market or setting up their own company. The way the government can inflict how the schools are using their money is that they govern the governance through law and regulations. So if there are anything that is not, if the money are not spent accordingly to the purpose of it, then the government has the possibility of regulating through laws and regulations. As mentioned, not everybody can trigger a taxometer subsidy, and there are skill funds in Denmark that can provide the financial tools for the tuition fee. The public and skill funds has no legislation, and they are all collectively negotiated between the partners. We have skill funds in both the public sector and in the private sector. And normally it's the employees who choose their own education or training, and then they apply the skill funds if they can cover the cost of attending that training. And that training can go from the lowest level of vet training to the highest level of education, also at university level. If the employees is accepted, if the skill fund accept the application for the employee, then they can freely choose from, then they attend that course, and they can freely apply every offer on the market, and then it's up to the skill fund whether or not they want to accept. Between the public and private skill funds, there are a variety of how much they pay, if they cover the entire cost or if they pay up to a certain amount, and it's up to the negotiation within the specific sectors. The recent developments in Denmark is the current government has been in place since 2022. And in 2023, they had a tripartite agreement that was a permanent investment in the adult learning on around 50 million euros each year. A lot of those money was given to raising the taximeter grant for vocational training, thereby giving the schools better possibilities or opportunities to reach out to future students or employees who want to attend vocational training, but also investments in raising the basic skills in, that is, reading and math. So in general, that agreement was trying to lift both the offers from the schools, but also giving more opportunities coming into adult learning. Under the prior government, there was a reform commission being set, and the objective of that commission was to look at new ways of reforming the labor market. And one of the things they had to look at was public learning and how to make it easier to attend public learning. The current government continued with the reform commission, and they had their first report, where one of their main findings were that it is necessary that the ways to attend adult learning are quicker and easier and less demanding. And the current government has in their government platform said that they want to put down an expert group that has to look at the barriers, entry barriers, or the whatever is in the way of not attending adult learning. And that is what the only thing this current government lacks in their program of adult learning is to set that expert group. The tripartite agreement was also part of the government platform that they delivered on in 2023. So that was a brief insight to the way of financing adult learning in a Danish context.
Thank you, Jakob. And we now turn to the European Commission. So we are pleased to welcome Diana Spiridon, who is team leader for adult skills policies in the Union of Skills Unit at DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. She will give us an overview of the EU policy in the context of finance adult learning. All good? Sorry. So Diana, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. I can use it. Thanks. Yeah. So thank you very much for the invitation to participate to the event, and again, very happy to see you, to see many familiar faces. Also, colleagues that we've been working for some time on individual learning accounts, but also on other files. So. Let me start with really acknowledging Cedefop contribution to all the work around financing and the learning, and let's say how to understand indeed what's happening in the member states. So really, your work for us, for the Commission, really brings, and not only for the Commission, for everyone, for policymakers, for practitioners and learners, really brings essential insights. So thank you very much also for the previous speakers for already, let's say, setting the tone for today's discussions. So as we begin, let me just briefly set the scene. Basically, the landscape of adult learning in the European Union is evolving swiftly, as we all see, driven by both, let's say, ambitious policy goals, but also the practical needs in our communities and economies. So today we'll be exploring how a shared vision, let's say, from the Union of Skills initiative to the emergence of the Competitiveness Fund is really reshaping the way how we finance adult learning. And my aim is really to provide, let's say, an overview of the EU strategies in this area, basically highlighting the emerging trends and also, of course, opening space for discussion together. Now, as we look, let's say, just one slide back. Yes. Okay, so I'll need to be patient.
You can just tell me the...
Good, that's fine. Thanks. So as we look at the reality of adult learning today, of course, several core challenges emerge, and already Jürgen went through basically a couple of them. So really addressing this will be really crucial if we really want to, let's say, our policies to deliver on the ground and have, let's say, a lasting impact. So first of all, we clearly see a significant participation gap. So many adults, let's say, who could benefit from learning opportunities aren't really able to access or engage with them yet. So just to bring some numbers in the focus, of course, we all know now the latest figures on adult learning participation really show that there is still a big gap, let's say, towards the target that was set at EU level, even though rates, let's say, vary widely between countries and regions. There is an improvement over the previous years, but still the ambition remains high. So we see that the low participation in training is also, let's say, paired with skills gaps across key sectors, as really rapid changes, of course, leave many workers behind in terms of learning. Public funding remains limited, of course, placing real constraints on what the programs can achieve, particularly at scale. And on top of, let's say, these financial challenges, we also see persistent inequalities in access, of course, with democratic factors as age, educational attainment, or let's say location really shape who really gets to participate in learning. So all these overlapping issues, of course, highlight the urgency and complexity of building, let's say, inclusive financing systems. Now, if you look at this diagram, you can see how it highlights, let's say, the evolution of the EU policy landscape for adult learning in the past years. So it became with the ambitious 2020 European Skills Agenda, which at the time, let's say, was launched as a 5-year roadmap to promote lifelong learning, social fairness and resilience in Europe. Then building on that in 2022, we have had the Council recommendation on individual learning accounts, which really marked a critical step forward, empowering adults to take individual ownership over their learning. And then the momentum continued with in the following year with the European Year of Skills, which, let's say, put lifelong learning in the spotlight and encouraged, let's say, commitment and innovation in the member states. And here I really take the opportunity to thank you again, for many of you who I'm sure were involved and contributed to the success of the European Year of Skills. And this year, as already Jürgen mentioned, we launched the Union of Skills in March. We had now more recently the Herning Declaration. So we really see that, let's say, stronger visions for really coordinated approaches are really coming up in what, let's say, concerns adult learning. So all these, let's call them milestones, really demonstrate a deeper partnership between EU institutions, member states, social partners, and many other stakeholders into, let's say, making adult learning a cornerstone of Europe's future. Now, I'll, let's say, zoom in, let's say, a bit on the Union of Skills, which basically marks, let's say, another new chapter in Europe's drive on competitiveness and inclusion. And it also reflects very much let's say, the growing recognition that access to quality skills, lifelong learning must become a universal asset that is supporting, of course, workers, employers, and societies. So very quickly, just going a bit through the, let's say, again, the challenges that are, let's say, highlighted in the Union of Skills. Basically, we have the pronounced, let's say, skill shortages and in gaps in Europe. So Europe is simply not producing, let's say, enough skilled workers to meet both the quality and the quantity needed by our industries. Then secondly, education and training systems are really struggling to keep pace with the speed of technological transformation. So we see that let's say the gap between what's really taught in schools and the skills demanded by evolving workplaces continue to widen and really, let's say, demand quicker and more targeted responses. And finally, let's say our approach still remains fragmented. Governance and skills intelligence are very much, let's say, dispersed among a multitude of actors, sometimes also with different views and priorities. So this fragmentation really makes it difficult to consolidate information and coordinate action. Now, very quickly going through, let's say, the four main strands of the Union of Skills. So each of them are addressing, let's say, essential dimensions of Europe's skills challenges. First, building skills for quality lives and jobs. So focusing on, let's say, a strong foundation in education with an inclusive lifelong learning approach. The idea being that, everyone, let's say, develops essential competencies, let's say, early on in life. A second strand, upskilling and reskilling for the transitions. So again, making continuous learning the norm with, let's say, support for workers at all skills levels to adapt to the rapid changes. A third strand is focusing on circulating skills and qualifications across borders. So basically trying to, let's say, to unlock the potential, the single market's potential by improving transparency, recognition, and mobility of skills within the EU. And finally, attracting and developing and retaining talent. So again, making Europe, let's say, a good place, a magnet, if we can call it, for, let's say, global talent through a number of initiatives, let's say, that are addressing shortages and supporting innovation. So together, all these strands form, let's say, a comprehensive approach to make skills really a cornerstone for Europe's competitiveness and social fairness. If I go a bit more in detail into the second strand, so upskilling and reskilling to ensure future-oriented skills, let's say this is, let's say, one of the more, let's say, most dynamic parts of the Union of Skills strategy. In this, we are promoting a few initiatives. Of course, the further support to the implementation of individual learning accounts, basically helping individuals in their skills development through personal budgets for training, and I'll say a few more words in my presentation later this morning. Then, of course, the expansion of micro-credentials, so again, facilitating, let's say, these more flexible options that would also allow adults to, let's say, to gain some targeted skills quicker. A new initiative that we will be launching, it will be this skills guarantee pilot. So we will start with, let's say, piloting the scheme, as I said, with, a call for proposals that will be, let's say, open later this year. And basically with a guarantee, the idea would be to provide a safety net and opportunity for workers, let's say, impacted by the transformations, the digital and clean transformations, by helping them develop their skills and also facilitate their transition into new employment in growing and strategic sectors. You see basically a few other initiatives there. Some of them we will be continuing. Of course, a reinforced Pact for Skills, the expansion of the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. These are, let's say, older initiatives that we will be continuing and hopefully also strengthening. Now, going into, let's say, the key moment, or also a very important element of the Union of Skills, and the importance of really how to increase, let's say, more investments, and also very much linked to the topic of this conference. So again, a central theme for the initiative is really how to, let's say, put in the spotlight the fact that now skills should be really seen as an investment and not as a cost. So basically encouraging member states to prioritize strategic investment in education and training within their budgets. And of course, this would mean reforms and really targeted, let's say, funding to increase productivity and labor market participation. But at the same time, basically ensuring that education and training is really recognized as a foundation for economic growth. Of course, a real transformation should rely on mobilizing both public and private investments. So let's say a few initiatives are put forward, new ones, but also let's say existing ones. Again, I mentioned the Pact for Skills, the Centers for Vocational Excellence, because I suppose you are also familiar or involved in many of these strands of work. So really to channel resources and expertise where there is really a lasting benefit. And the idea is really that with the Union of Skills trying to help Europe, let's say, move from ambition to action, and again, make these strategic investments in people, both a public and private priority. A few words, very quickly. Herning Declaration, again, Jürgen mentioned this. It's again a very important, let's say, success of this year. Basically, a declaration that will shape the future of vocational training and adult learning across Europe for the next years. Just recently endorsed by the EU ministers, European social partners, and the Commission now in September, also supported by a number of other stakeholders, and really trying to make a strategic evolution in the European approach towards vocational training. I will not go more into the details. As I said already, Jürgen mentioned, there are quite a number of concrete actions at member state level, but also European level for the next 5 years. And let's say the last part of my presentation is let's say with some a couple of key lines or linked to, let's say, the next multi-annual financial framework. So basically we'll be guiding, let's say, the EU investments in for the 7 years from 2028 to 2034. So again, as we are discussing a lot, we'll be discussing these 2 days about financing adult learning, and let's say, as we look towards the future of funding for skills and education, we'll now also we'll have to turn to this cornerstone of EU investment planning for 7 years. Not immediate 7 years, but let's say it's not as far away in time as we think when we look at this period. So the forthcoming MFF is really designed to be significantly larger in scale, with a, let's say, proposed envelope of around 2 trillion euros, which is basically an ambitious scale, meaning, let's say, meant to match Europe's increasing needs and priorities and ambitions. So beyond the size, the approach is also designed, or should be smarter in design. So the proposal now focuses on, let's say, more being results oriented. So trying to also simplify processes for beneficiaries and making funding mechanisms, let's say, more agile, more reactive to the needs. And the proposal is, let's say, also sharper in its priorities. So the idea would be to align resources to, let's say, core European objectives, here including skills, competitiveness, and social cohesion. So this targeted approach, let's say, reflects lessons from the past, and also, let's say, a new collective ambition for the future. Now, mentioning or going a bit deeper into this last point on sharper in priorities, funding is now streamlined into 4 major headings, each designed to target core European challenges. So firstly, a major focus is placed on economic, social, and territorial cohesion. So next on, let's say, next competitiveness, prosperity and security receive also substantial investment, supporting innovation through the European Competitiveness Fund, education and research via Erasmus Plus and Horizon Europe, and also major infrastructure initiatives. The Global Europe heading would address external relations and support for, let's say, overseas partners, while dedicated resources for administration would ensure effective management and delivery. So by concentrating resources and really aligning them with the European priorities like the digital and clean transformation, sustainability and skills, let's say the MFF aims to, let's say, for having results that matter for citizens, for workers and learners everywhere. Now, a central question, let's say, for everyone here is really what is in there for skills. So what the new MFF would mean for education and skills development in practice. And as you can see here on the slide, there will be a number of several major EU programs, let's say, that would cover this policy area. So Erasmus Plus will continue to play a vital role. So the amount, the budget would be over 40 billion and would be dedicated to learning, mobility, cooperation and innovation, and that would benefit learners of all ages. Then the new European Competitiveness Fund, you see here an allocation of around 450 billion to strengthen competitiveness, and here also it includes a strong support for upskilling and reskilling. Another important, let's say, programs that will cover that would cover our policy areas, the national and regional partnership plans. Here you see quite a significant envelope, 865 billion, and that would provide, let's say, a powerful vehicle for targeted investments in skills through, let's say, the European Social Fund and other EU facilities. So while, let's say, not of all of this funding, of course, is earmarked for education and skills alone, these programs, let's say, represent already a commitment for lifelong learning as really one of the pillars of economic and the economic and social agenda of Europe. As the framework, let's say, rolls out, making sure these resources translate into real opportunities for individuals will be a crucial task, let's say, for all of us. Now, going more or zooming into Erasmus Plus, so as I said, this will remain as one of the most impactful programs for opening up learning opportunities to everyone, including adult learners and vet learners. So through Erasmus Plus, adults and vocational trainees can experience learning mobility, volunteering, building real-world skills and broadening their horizons. Beyond individual opportunities, of course, Erasmus Plus will continue to build and support the capacity of organizations and systems, and major initiatives like the Centers of Vocational Excellence, the blueprints for sectoral cooperation. As I said, some of you may be familiar with these projects, will continue to really support cooperation and innovation across Europe's education institutions. Moving into, let's say, the new kid in the room, if I can put it that way, so the European Competitiveness Fund. This is designed to really foster, or let's say what is interesting for us in skills, to really foster skills that, let's say, power Europe's industrial transformation. So it takes a more sector-specific and forward-looking approach, addressing workforce needs where they matter most. So for the, let's say, industrial decarbonization and clean transition, the fund will support some of the new initiatives that you may also already have heard about, these net zero industry academies, basically to equip the people with skills for the clean economy. In health and biotech, it will focus on building a strong healthcare and bioeconomy workforce. Digital leadership will be another top priority. with let's say, investments in advanced digital and cybersecurity skills, and also supporting the circulation of these skills across borders. The fund will also support the resilience and security, defense, civil protection, and space sectors with relevant skills developments. And let's say on top of these four more thematic windows, four thematic strands, the fund will support project advisory collaboration among SMEs and VET partnerships. And also, I mentioned earlier, the pilot that will be launching to test the skills guarantee schemes. This is also anchored here, and the idea would be to really have the results from these pilots to be able to, let's say, fund full schemes later on in the next MFF. Just out of curiosity, one of my colleagues really counted the number of references to skills in the fund, and they found 49 references. And the last part, again, now I'm coming back because this is very important, as it really covers, let's say, the European Social Fund. It's a fund that's, again, already in the past years supported a lot education and skills development. So the national and regional partnership plans and European Social Fund regulations really explicitly mention skills development as key objectives. You can see here the general objective, the specific objective of the plan, and also the same in the ESF regulation. Now, also closely connected to the programs that would support skills development, the EU facility would, let's say, tackle employment and social policy actions at various levels. So would support social innovation, social experimentation, labor market integration, social infrastructure, and evidence-based policy making. It's, let's say, a bit of a continuation of what currently the, let's say, the employment and social innovation strand of the ESF and also the InvestEU are doing. And before I close, just a few words about, let's say, where the next steps. Just to remember, to remind, and I'm sure all of you are aware that the adoption of the multi-annual framework, financial framework, is really a complex, a 2-year process that has only just begun. So it will involve, of course, now the Commission proposals have been adopted, but basically now it will, let's say, next steps would be examination of the proposals by the member states, by institutions, let's say, shaping the negotiation positions, and finally trilogue discussions to reach agreement between the Council, the Parliament, and the Commission. And here I would really say, I would like to highlight that we are really counting on all of you to get involved at national level in the discussions on national priorities with your colleagues, let's say, in charge of funding, programming to, let's say, include skills, education, skills development really as a priority for the next programming period and programming documents from the countries. So just last words as we look ahead. Of course, our, let's say, ability to empower people through skills and lifelong learning will shape Europe's future resilience and prosperity. So as we say, the decisions we make today and the investments we choose today will also, of course, have effects across later generations. So thank you very much for your attention, and really looking forward for inspiring discussions and the 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you also for providing a forward-looking approach, which I'm sure we will be able to discuss also during this 2 days conference. But now let's turn a little bit to Cedefop homework. We will present some activities and research done in the area of financing in CVET and adult learning, and who is better than our colleagues Patricia Lifinska and Manta Sekmokas, our leading expert in adult learning, and also the mastermind behind this event. So let me thank you and join me in thanking them. Colleagues.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. And good morning to everyone. Warm welcome also from me. Thank you for joining this conference and your interest in our work. And we are very pleased to inform you on our main activities in the field of financing CVET and adult learning. But before doing so, let me provide you with some contextual information, as much of already has been said. But I will complement with a few additional facts. We know that adult learning and CVET has been an EU policy priority for a long time, since early 90s. And this has been reflected, among others, in the EU setting the benchmarks for adult participation in lifelong learning, with the first one adopted already in 2003. More recently, as we've already heard, in 2021, the EU set the ambitious target that by 2030, 60% of adults should participate in training every year. It is one of the three headline targets of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which is the overarching strategic policy framework for youth employment and social policy. The recent Draghi report also underlines the critical importance of reinforcing our efforts in the area of adult learning to be competitive worldwide. Let me quote, "While we want to match the United States on innovation, we must exceed the United States on education and adult learning." We can imagine that all these ambitious goals and targets have major implications for the investment in adult learning. And to make the right policy decisions, we need to understand better adult learning financing systems. Who funds what and how? What are the gaps and weaknesses of the current existing systems of financing adult learning, and what could be done to address them? When looking at a broader EU policy context, regulating and steering public financial interventions is a long-standing issue at the European level, which is closely linked with the setup of the common market. To ensure a level playing field, applicable EU legislation, especially the state aid regulation, in general prohibits undue subsidies for companies, with certain exceptions for socially relevant investment, including training. The EU legislation is complemented at European level by dedicated financing instruments such as ESF+, playing an important role in financing adult learning, especially in less prosperous regions of the EU. In terms of specific policy initiatives concerning skills financing, the Commission in 2020, as part of the renewed skills agenda, has set priority to improve enabling framework to unlock member states and private investment in skills. Furthermore, in 2022, the Council recommendation on individual learning accounts was adopted, which will be the subject of our discussions in the following sessions. And more recently, as we've already heard, we had heard a declaration that set a national level objective to ensure sufficient and sustainable investment in CVET and also IVET. Cedefop has a long tradition of working on VET financing. Already in the late 80s and then 90s, we produced a series of national reports looking into member state VET financing systems and mechanisms. Then, since late 2000s, we conducted a significant number of thematic studies by type of financing instrument, with a particular focus on cost-sharing arrangements aiming at increasing private investment participation in adult learning and also increasing the provision of learning opportunities. We also investigated the financing arrangements for apprenticeships across the EU, and most recently we looked into the subsidies and other policies supporting micro, small and medium-sized enterprises to provide training. But let us focus on cost-sharing schemes for adult learning, which is of particular relevance for today's conference. We have investigated a number of instruments which you can see in this framework, and they include the training funds, which generate substantial financial resources based on mandatory levy, which is paid by employers. And then the collected money is largely distributed to employer-financed training, but also skills development more broadly. Tax incentives, which are concessions in the tax codes intended by public authorities to encourage individuals and employers to participate in education and training. Then we have grants, vouchers, learning accounts, which are public subsidies from general taxation or, for example, social insurance contributions supporting companies or individuals' investment in education and training. We also looked at loans, allowing individuals to borrow money, but those loans which are on favorable conditions, where individuals borrow from their future income to cover their education and training expenditure. And we looked at the loans where the state supports loans availability and co-finance loan-related costs to encourage participation in adult learning. And finally, we looked also at regulatory instruments such as training leave, which by statutory right or collective agreements sets out the conditions under which employee may be granted time of work for learning purposes. And finally, payback clauses, which allow employers to bind employees for a certain period of time in compensation for employers' investment in employees' training. All information from these studies, which we carried at that time, was consolidated and presented in the database on financing adult learning, which provides information on cost-sharing arrangements at country level and also per instrument. And we update this database systematically every 5 years. Regarding the most recent and ongoing work, we have carried out 2 research studies, which are the focus of today's conference. The first study explores the potential for implementation of ILAS in 5 selected EU member states, and the study was launched in response to the Council recommendation, which defined new concept for ILA, as ILA is understood as a delivery mode for individual training entitlements, personal budgets or accounts for all working-age adults, and these entitlements are transferable and can be accumulated over time, and allow individuals to fund labor market relevant training, career guidance, or validation. The second study analyzed training funds in the EU with the in-depth analysis of the functioning of training funds in 8 selected EU member states. And in addition, we explored the potential for establishing new training funds in 2 member states. This study will be presented tomorrow, and the countries for this exploration were selected based on the initiatives or debates taking place in these countries, considering establishing training funds. And we have also a forthcoming report on training in enterprises based on the analysis of the European Continuing Vocational Training Survey. And lastly, we are currently analyzing the reports prepared by Cedefop ReferNet network, who provided us with comprehensive information on member states' financing systems for adult learning with a focus on public financing. And this activity is a reflection of our intention to have a more complete picture of financing adult learning and look into the areas which have been researched to lesser extent by Cedefop, for example, public direct financing, provision of adult learning. So thus, by filling some of the existing information gaps, we aim at gaining a better understanding of the overall architecture of financing arrangements for adult learning across countries in the EU. And with this introduction, I would like to give the floor to Mantas, who will present a statistical picture of adult learning and the financing of adult learning, and provide a concise overview of the overall regulatory framework affecting and structuring the financing of adult learning. Mantas.
Thank you, Patricia. So what I will try to do with the rest of the time before coffee break is to really trying to give you a bird's eye view of the adult learning system, participation in adult learning, the financing, and the regulatory framework, trying to really put in a single picture many of the different topics we will be discussing today. So to start off, the targets on adult learning have been already mentioned, and what was also mentioned by Patrizia is the Draghi report citation, and this is just an illustration where we are with the EU in terms of participation in adult learning, and where the US is based on the latest data that we have available, and there is quite a substantial gap still to be closed, at least according to the ambition announced in the Draghi report. So when we talk about adult learning, really, the question is who should pay for it, as we are trying to explore in this conference. And we have some data who actually do pay or report to be paying on adult learning as is being surveyed by the individuals. And as you see, it very much depends on the type of adult learning we talk about, whereas, for example, formal education of adults or non-formal, non-job related education is often being financed, reported to be financed by the individuals who undertake those activities themselves. Of course, there is a significant amount of free activities which are likely co-financed by some of the other actors. But when we look at non-formal job-related training, we actually see that very few adults who would be surveyed would report to pay for that kind of training themselves. However, that doesn't mean that there is little interest of the adults in the EU in job-related training. Actually, it's a different question from the same source. The Adult Education Survey would actually indicate that almost 1/3 of all adult learning activities, job-related adult learning activities, have been initiated by the person themselves. And that shows that, of course, financing plays a very important role, and even if the person doesn't pay for the training, it means that the initiative and the demand comes very often from the person, and then the financing is arranged through different means, through different sources. Of course, there are other actors and other places, and we don't even see everything on this slide, because what is here reported as obliged by employer may be obligatory health and safety training, which is not necessarily the employer obligation, but actually an obligation, public obligation given to the employer. There may be also some occupational obligations. So this is a good indication of, a little bit not super precise, but very good indication of where the demand and which are the actors who play in generating the demand of adult learning. And this links us back a little bit to financing. What is the place of financing in the adult learning system? We should not see, of course, financing fully isolated, because you need to think of the demand, you need to think of the trends happening and the industrial change, of course, economic change, but these do not automatically translate into demand. And of course, there are complicated links between the volume of financing and its source, linked to where the demand comes and who is actually being trained. So next question that I wanted to address is about the volume of investment. So we have now discussed about sources, about who participate or to what extent they participate and why, but how much do we know about actual amount of investment in adult learning? And as one could actually identify at least 4 main types of actors or sources of financing. That's, of course, private employers that are often very, very clearly identified, but we also have public employers. We have individuals that have been already mentioned, and the public expenditure in terms of providing services of general interest. And we should also distinguish different types of expenditure. So the most straightforward is the direct cost, the cost of the course, but you also have opportunity costs that may play a very significant role, and some of this will be discussed today, also later in the afternoon, in terms of, for example, income replacement question, and of course, public and international subsidies, and including EU subsidies that have been already mentioned. And there is a really diversity of availability of data on these different sources of financing. We have quite good data on the expenditure of private employers, including a lot of analysis done by Cedefop based on the very unique source that we have, statistical data source that we have in the EU, the CVTS survey. On public employers, very little information that we actually have at the European level, at least. On households, we have some information, or individuals, we have some information, but it's not fully comprehensive. Again, the same is on the public sector investment. Some information is available and not comprehensive. And most importantly, that if we want to put everything this together to build a complete picture, we don't have that picture very clearly, actually. And there is no really ongoing aggregated accounting, neither at the EU level, nor what we see also from ReferNet reports at the national level of putting these different sources together and come up with a figure. How much do we actually altogether spend on adult learning? Though it doesn't mean that efforts are not being done to work towards that kind of effort, putting things together. And at this stage, for the moment, most of the work is happening at the global international level in setting up statistical standards and guides, as UNEC guide, for example. However, some effort has been done to put things together, and that's not the only one effort, but that's the one I am aware as the most comprehensive, trying to link all the different data sources together to come up with a figure on investment, specifically in adult learning. And this refers to the data in 2015, which was a very fortunate year where very many data sources provided data for the same year. And what we have seen, and what Jürgen has already referred to a little bit, that the total expenditure from what we have available, so it may not be totally comprehensive picture, but it's quite a robust picture, that we have at least or a bit more than 1.5% of GDP invested in adult learning. And one could compare this to some extent to the scale of investment we have in R&D, which is a bit more than 2%. And if we assume that we don't underestimate in these figures adult learning, we can see that amount of investment in adult learning could be to a certain extent comparable or not too far away from the volumes of investment we report in R&D. And then maybe still here, I think what has been mentioned, that the employers, and both private sector but also public sector employers, are very, very important sources of financing for adult learning, and of course public sector as well, whereas individuals, at least from the existing data, seem to contribute much smaller amount, of course, also because a lot of taxation and public sector investment is covering their costs. And if we talk about employer investment, and here is specifically a slide on the forthcoming report also by Cedefop that should be published shortly based on CVTS data. Private employers, as mentioned, are a very important source of funding, but I think one aspect that I would like to stress here in particular, and we see here a decline, and it's related to COVID, and it may not fully represent the actual participation rates, but very, very important, as I mentioned, the types of expenditure. An important type of expenditure is the opportunity cost. And here it very, very clearly reveals that if we look about private sector employee investment, actually more than 2/3 of private sector investment would be the inferred calculated labor cost of individuals. So in a certain sense, the opportunity cost of employers in investment. And of course, it makes a very big difference, therefore, whether we consider opportunity cost as an expenditure, an actual expenditure, not for the shares that we calculate and the total figures that we calculate. And this is only available for employers, so we would have much more difficulty to calculate opportunity costs when individuals pay for the training or when public sector pay for the training. And this, of course, would not be represented in the total figures. And it would make, of course, a big difference if we would add some kind of estimation of opportunity cost in those cases as well. So now let me move a little bit on the areas of research and then towards regulatory framework on adult learning. We have a lot of information, a lot of analysis that we did, different institutions did, including Cedefop on public provision, though it is fragmented or partial. In terms of incentives for employers or individuals, it has been, as presented by Patricia, very, very broadly researched by Cedefop, regulatory instruments like training funds as well. There are some areas that we are now working on to enhance the amount of information we have, especially the training sector of public sector employees, which are a very big sector. There are a lot of employees. I think 20-25% of all employees usually work for the public sector in the EU countries. So that's a very huge amount of training, and it's regulated, it's financed. And also we have some interesting market incentives like general VAT regimes, which is also could be considered as public expenditure in terms of loss income from tax receipts. And now trying to put everything together is sort of many things we will discuss, what we will discuss in the conference, but even more, what sort of regulatory instruments at the EU level, at the national level influence, regulate, and has an impact on ultimately the level of investment in adult learning. And we, of course, should start from the EU very generic regulation on budgeting, because one could always argue that we need more investment, but it doesn't automatically mean that member states can either incur debt or deficit in their public expenditure, which is, of course, very, very strictly regulated at the EU level. And the same is, for example, for providing support for enterprises, as already mentioned by Patrizia. There are very clear restrictions with some exemptions how and to what extent public sector can influence. And in the yellow parts, I wanted also to highlight the parts that have been really touched a lot by Cedefop research in the recent quite a number of years, as presented before. So to keep it short, I will move to the final slide in terms of what we are working on currently and in the short and near future, really trying to put these very different things more together in a single picture, and therefore we are very happy that we could contribute with cooperate with Refernet, and Refernet really has already provided most of the reports we are analyzing, and that's what we are now trying to extract from the reports, really putting together what I was trying to do very tentatively in the previous slide, on a more unified view of the different instruments, different tools, specifically at the member state level, and then cover some of the gaps that I have mentioned just before, like, for example, preferential tax regimes and VAT, or monitoring, which definitely we have many gaps at both the European and national level. So with this, thank you very much for your attention.
So, colleagues, we arrived at the end of the first session. Now, coffee awaits us outside. In the interest of time, we will not take questions, but please try to catch up with the speakers if you have any question or you want to ask any information. And we will take, right after we exit the room, we will go outside to take the family pictures. So please do not disperse too much. And we see each other here at 11:15 sharp, so please don't be late. Thank you so much. Colleagues, please try to take a seat quickly. Well, in the interest of time, let's restart. So welcome back, colleagues. I hope you enjoyed your coffee, even if we didn't have that much time, but I'm sure we will have more during the lunch break. So now we continue with a series of 3 fascinating presentations on individual learning accounts. As you know, the ILAs are virtual accounts providing adults with financial support to access training, career guidance, and other learning opportunities. Their purpose is to empower individuals to invest in lifelong learning, building new skills, and have a greater autonomy over their career path. After each presentation, you will be able to pose a question, but let's see if the time allows us. And finally, 2 remarks. Again, please, no food and coffee in the room. And secondly, please mute or lower the volume of your phone and computer, not to disturb the presentation. And with that, let's start. First with an overview of the findings of the Cedefop study of individual learning accounts. And for that, let me welcome again Patricia Lipinska from Cedefop and introduce Günther Effler. Günther has been a researcher and consultant at 3S Research and Consulting in Vienna since 2003. And he was the team leader of the consortium commissioned by Cedefop to conduct the study. Colleagues, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alfredo. Welcome back, everybody, after the coffee break. It is my pleasure to present to you, together with Günther, the main findings of the study on individual learning accounts. But before doing so, let me provide you some background information about our research. The study was launched in 2022 in response to the Council recommendation on ILA, and the purpose of the study was to explore the potential for developing an ILAs in selected EU member states and to provide the support to the stakeholders in designing and implementing ILAs. And the study included several activities. We developed an analytical framework which identifies the key functions of ILA, taking recommendation as the main point of reference. And using this framework, we conducted in-depth case studies in 5 countries: in Austria, Germany, the Netherlands, Estonia, and Ireland, covering policy developments in those countries up to March 2023. Finally, the study formulates country-specific scenarios and policy of reflections, but we also provide general policy guidelines for implementing ILAs. Before presenting the results, it might be helpful also to clarify the concept on ILA. Later on, I'm sure that Diana will elaborate on this, but just as the introduction before presenting the study, to explain that ILA has been used also before and is used frequently for over 2 decades in relation to different forms of public co-funding instruments targeting individuals. So the term has often been used interchangeably with the terms such as grants or vouchers, or even saving accounts. In our study, we refer to the Council recommendation, which introduces a novel and more ambitious concept of ILA, and it is understood as a universal individual training entitlement for all working-age adults, which can be accumulated over time to be used to finance eligible training, guidance, or validation opportunities. And another important aspect is that the ILA is embedded in the so-called enabling framework. Now, this enabling framework includes career guidance, validation of prior learning, paid training leave, national registry of eligible opportunities, but also outreach or quality assurance. So all these elements, ILA, other public existing funding instruments, as well as this enabling framework, altogether, they may contribute to achieving the objective of increasing participation in adult learning, but they need to work together. Similarly, like various instruments in the symphonic orchestra that altogether may lead to the high-level musical performance. In our analysis, we focused on countries which already have significant schemes to support individual adult learning, with the aim to assess what could be an appropriate space for ILA in those countries, as well as to draw the lessons from the existing demand-side schemes to inform the design of ILA. And building on the insight and data from our previous projects, we reviewed all the demand-side funding schemes targeted at individuals and identified countries which implement schemes that provide substantial financial support. And you can see the results on this mapping. Now, based on this mapping, we selected the countries, 5, for the in-depth analysis to explore this potential for implementing ILAs. And these countries were Germany, Estonia, Ireland, Netherlands, and Austria, as I mentioned, and they were selected for the following reasons. In case of the Netherlands, we aimed to observe the development and implementation of the, at that time, recently established STAP. It was in 2022. A scheme which looked close to ILA, had many similar features. It allowed to show the opportunities and challenges involved in setting up and implementing a new instrument. And while the scheme was discontinued during our study, it offered still important lessons for future potential reforms. In Estonia, we looked at also relatively recent demand-side instrument, which is labor market training with a training card, which is implemented within a mix of country funding policies, with supply-side funding playing an important role. Austria, in turn, offered us the opportunity to study both the national demand-side scheme close to ILA, which is called Skilled Workers Grant, provided public employment service, and various regional ILA-type instruments provided by Länder. So the country's institutional context was interesting to look at in terms of the existence of the interplay between multiple financing instruments implemented at different levels of policy making, and public employment service being a key player in funding adult learning. Similarly, in Germany, it was possible to look at different national and regional demand-side schemes, and what made this case study particularly interesting that at that time Germany, the German adult learning system was under the reform. And finally, Ireland. This country was selected as a country with different financing adult learning setup, as supply-side funding strategies dominate and demand-side instruments are implemented to a lower extent. And in addition, there is an income-generating national training fund, which is based on company levy and provides financing for a variety of policy frameworks. So for each of these countries, we analyzed its adult learning system, and particularly reviewing the main public funding instruments, as well as the arrangements of this enabling framework, and identifying the strengths and weaknesses of each system. Based on this, and with the extensive involvement of national experts and other stakeholders in each country, we elaborated the scenarios for potential implementation of ILA by introducing a new instrument or expansion of the existing ILA relevant arrangements. Now, we would like to present you a broader picture of the situation that emerged from the case studies, which was compiled by using an exploratory bottom-up approach to find a place for ILA within adult learning financing systems where multiple financing instruments are already in place. So notably across all case studies, a certain step-by-step logic can be inferred, with the steps structured around 2 main dimensions. And the first dimension is the analysis of the framework of the existing financing arrangements for adult learning, and the second, the types of adult learning that are to be supported by ILA. So in relation to the first dimension, the existing financing arrangements, the step first would be to ascertain whether there are any substantial public financing arrangements supporting individual learning already in place. If yes, then the ILA instrument would need to be aligned with these schemes. And if there are no substantial public funding schemes, it seems that implementation of a large-scale, fully-fledged ILA is likely to be more straightforward. And with regards to our study, this step was embedded in our methodological approach, because, as I explained, we focused our analysis on the country which already have large support to individual adult learning. Now, if this substantial public support exists, it would be useful to determine if there are only or primarily supply side or both supply and demand side schemes. And the reason is that existing large-scale supply-side arrangements might be difficult to be combined with a novel large-scale demand-side instrument such as ILA. And the third step would be to identify whether there are any gaps in the coverage, whether there are any groups that are not supported or to a limited extent, and we have done this exercise to a certain extent within the study. Now, the next dimension, the second one, is the consideration of what type of ILA, of adult learning, will be supported by an ILA instrument. And based on the analysis of these 5 case studies, it seems that different types of learning may require different financing arrangements. And in particular, the findings of the study indicate that ILA may be more suitable for the following 2 types of training. You have them marked in blue on the slide. It's extended non-intensive non-formal education, indicated as type 3 on the slide, provided in a part-time manner over a period of multiple months, for example, several hours, several times a week, like language courses. So this type of learning is likely to imply average to low cost, but it is the critical issue to ensure the continuity of such training over multiple number of years. So ILA guaranteeing regular multi-annual financial support every year would be very useful. And the other type of training, which seems of particular relevance for ILA, is short duration courses to develop work-relevant skills, as indicated on the slide as type 4, delivered in a rather concentrated manner over the period of several days or weeks. And here it should be noted that a large variety of such courses may exist, but it is important to ensure their quality and relevance if the public support via ILA is to be provided. Now, the next slide illustrates how the logic to identify the space for ILA in the countries which have this rich landscape of financing arrangements. As just presented, we applied it to the 5 countries: Germany, Estonia, Ireland, Netherlands, and Austria. And as mentioned before, all these countries have instruments in place which provide support to a substantial degree. But when we look at the dimension, at the patterns of the financing arrangements in 5 countries, demand versus supply side, we can distinguish 2 groupings. And in the first grouping, we have on the slide Netherlands, Germany, and Austria, where the supply side funding schemes for adult learning are complemented by multiple well-established demand-side instruments implemented often at regional or local level and provide individuals with relatively small contributions to the costs of adult learning. However, these instruments are not universal. They target only specific groups. So for Germany, Austria, and the Netherlands, the novel ILA could work towards the universal coverage, extending the access to the financial support to parts of the population which is not covered currently by existing instruments. And in addition, as revealed by our research, including the opinions of national experts and the stakeholders, ILA instrument would be of particularly well fit to support short training courses, this type 3 and 4, which we presented before. Now, in the second grouping, we have Ireland and Estonia, where the majority of adult learning provision is funded via broad supply schemes, which play a significant role in financing the system. And while the demand-side schemes are used to limited extent. And in both countries, the current framework for providing support for adult learning is based on the commissioning course places, with adults choosing from a list of free, of charge, or low fee programs. So any demand-side instrument seems that could be only complementary or would potentially overlap with these existing schemes. In the consequence, the possible way forward in these countries considers increasing the funding for existing supply-side financing instruments And moreover, these countries expressed the need for strengthening the enabling framework. So in case of the Ireland, this concerns the potential creation of a single government-funded integrated online portal to provide information on adult learning, opportunities, but also career guidance and access to financial support. And Irish stakeholders also discussed the possibility of scaling up the use of micro-credentials and establishing a legal right to paid training leave. And in case of Estonia, the discussed ways forward included strengthening the links between labor market needs and public funding for adult learning, as well as establishing quality assurance system for adult learning providers. So, to sum up, in countries belonging to the second grouping where supply-side funding plays a significant role, current, at the time of our research, the focus lies on strengthening the enabling framework. So the improving the areas of adult learning that Council recommendation also draws attention to, which will be decisive for the effectiveness of ILAM. And with this, I would like to give the floor to Ginter, who will provide you with further details on the financing arrangements by these countries' clusters. Ginter, the floor is yours.
A warm welcome also from my side. Zoom in our string section. And remember, in each orchestra, you have sections of instruments, and in each section, you have different types of instruments. And finally, of course, you have not only one violin player, but a lot of them. So we can expect different instruments, different funding instruments, and of each funding instrument, you have different instruments and different performers. So it must be complex. It's part of the orchestra. Let's start with the Netherlands. The direct funding of formal learning opportunities for adults play quite an important role in the Netherlands. By comparison, the support for the direct lump sum support for adult learning providers play, by comparison, more reduced role. What is very important for the Netherlands still are programs providing study places on a project base, and you have in the Netherlands a comparatively small role of the active labor market policy as a source for funding training compared to other countries. So on the other hand, you have also quite a rich tradition of different demand-side funding instruments. I take only the already mentioned STAP budget as an example. It was introduced in the first year with estimated budget for 119 million euros. So it was quite an investment for this specific area. But of course, still such a size would not mean that the demand-side funding instrument would be the dominating funding floor. Netherlands belongs to the countries where there is no estimate on the total spending by the public hand is available, but still we can see that the STAP budget and other demand-side funding instruments are part of this instrument section, but play a specific role within this whole segment of instruments. We can continue with Germany. Again, we have in Germany quite a variation across the 16 Bundesländer, especially when it comes to the funding of opportunities for adults to participate in formal adult learning. There are huge differences. Overall, the segment is quite small. You have quite a well-established tradition to give lump sum money to organizations of adult learning, like the Volkshochschulen. It's a very important part of the German system. You have a very developed structure of providing programs and programs funding study places, course places of a large variety from basic education to second language courses. So we have a huge area here. You have a very important active labor market policy segment in the role of the provision of training, but of course it was much larger 20 years ago. So you also see that there can be shifts within the importance of the funding section. And you have a very rich tradition of demand-side funding instruments. Most of you might have already heard about the German training grants and vouchers funded by the European Social Fund. But the most significant demand-side funding instruments is the, I say it in German because it's so difficult to identify in the English, it's the Aufstiegs-BAföG, so the training assistant, which is practically the key tool for funding higher VET in Germany. Higher VET is course-based. The individuals need to pay the tuition fees for the courses and normally also take a break from work, so they need also to have some income for the subsistence costs. And this training assistant is the key instrument, and you see it a little bit from the figure that it's greatly enlarged in the previous years. Practically, it's threefold as large in 2024 than it was in 2009. Still, this training assistance would be 1/6 part of the overall public funding in Germany, and Germany is among the, let's say, middle-range countries when it comes to the public investment in adult learning. Let's move on to Austria. In Austria, the funding of places in schools for adults are quite an important, often overseen segment of the system. We have a very tiny lump sum funding for adult learning organization as such. This is really a very marginal field of investment. You will not be surprised to hear that Austria is the European champion in spending training within the active labor market policy. There's many reasons why this is the case, but this is really the lion's share of public funding. It comes from the unemployment benefit funded subsystem. We have quite an addition of program-based funding arrangement here. Most of the European Social Fund money is, for example, used in Austria as well. And we have also a very rich tradition of demand-side funding instruments, mainly from the 9 Bundesländer in Austria, which are responsible for the support of employed people with various instruments. And the 9 Bundesländer together spend, roughly speaking, around 35 million euros a year on grants and individual learning account type instruments. The largest instruments, and we will hear it later this day in Vienna. But you see again that demand-side funding plays a role, but it's supplementarity to the other existing instruments established in the country. Let me summarize the points for these first 3 countries. We have seen that the demand-side funding has a specific supportive role against the backdrop of a highly developed further set of instruments. The existing demand-side funding instruments are always much less ambitious than the individual learning account recommendation would the instruments have to be. So this is also very clear. So just take the example of being a universal entitlement. Practically none of the instruments mentioned are a universal entitlement, so you cannot fully rely on the availability of this funding if you needed it. It's also clear that all these instruments work in particular environments, and we know often not that much about how the overall policy environment is informing the effectiveness of these various instruments in play. Looking into the countries, you will always find people willing to underwrite that there is a need for more public funding, more resources, but it's of course a question how to divide additional funds across different types of instruments and different activities. And so it's clear that if you really scale up public funding in these 3 countries, you need to find a way to negotiate how these additional means are then split across the different types of instruments, so that in total you again have a very well-tuned orchestra available. Moving on to the next 2 countries, Ireland and Estonia. In Ireland, you have a very important tradition of formal adult learning. This comes from the fact that they have no direct division between an individual, an initial vocational education system and a continuing vocational education system. So this is brought together. Therefore, the formal system is really the backbone of the whole system. You have some funding for networks of organizations spanning the whole of Ireland. It's very important that all regions are well served in a certain way, but the main tradition are the supply-side program-based activities. I will give you then, for example, or just to tell you a little bit how this works, it's the Springboard program we have used as an illustration of the case. In practice, there's funding available for additional places at the further education colleges or universities, and these places are offered to the individuals, and the individuals could use these places either for free if they're fully eligible or for a reduced fee if they are not in the core group of eligibility for this particular subgroup. And by this mechanism, they can scale up for areas where there is a higher demand easily and can use the resources of the aforementioned National Training Fund for scaling up the provision for the employed. Of course, the same fund is also the source of the quite extended active labor market policy activities, speaking of training for the unemployed. Moving on to Estonia. Again, in Estonia, the formal system is a key driver of the provision of adult learning. Formal schools, universities, and similar organizations provide places and adults can use them. The role of lump sum funding for adult learning providers is really very small. And you have this very established tradition of using, for example, European Social Fund money, again, to establish a number or a broad range of courses and offer these courses for free or at reduced fees to the audience. The adults can access these courses via different databases and can book then the courses, and so a very effective mechanism again to scale up the various policies. Of course, we have experiments like training with the training card in Estonia as a more demand-side leaning instrument, but it's still in a certain way an additional layer and by comparison the smallest part of the overall funding arrangement, speaking of adult learning in Estonia. Let me summarize the finding for these three countries quickly. You have really, and this is a tradition in quite a number of countries in Europe, you have this idea that you can always arrange with educational providers additional places for particular activities, and then you can marketize these places across the eligible groups of adults. The beauty of it is that you have more say in which provider is providing which type of courses. And we have seen, or we will see during the conference that for the individual learning account, you need similar mechanism because you cannot leave the market on its own. Then otherwise you would create quite strange findings. So this is often a very solid way to let's say, avoid certain difficulties you might find with a purely market-based approach, and you can do it quite effectively. And of course, in a certain way, it's not that dissimilar from demand-side strategies. So we are speaking really of a blend of supply and demand-side features of this type of organization. It's also clear that with this selecting courses, you narrow down the range of available choices for the users. So you might not give the full autonomy to the learner to select what is the best thing for her, especially in fields where new things coming up which are really worth of trying. And so this is certainly the downside. So in a certain way, you can always imagine to add some demand-side features even to systems which are mainly relying on on supply-side funding strategies, as mentioned before. So I come now to some interlude for my part. Just to remind us again, speaking of all learning activities of adults, the proportion of activities in the field of job-related, self-selected adult learning, where the individual also have at least some contributions to the costs of the training, is the minority of all learning activities. We are speaking about 5 to 13% of all participants per year falling in this particular category, meaning that any individual learning account will not, let's say, have 40% of participation, but always have in a particular year only a specific number of participation. We see this also with the example of the let's say, real-world example of a functioning individual learning account. This is the French one, where you see in each year you have not a very high percentage of eligible people using the account, but you have always a number around 5, 6, 7% per year using the resources. I will not go into the details here. It's just important to remind us that, of course, having an individual learning account in the same size as friends have it would be, in any case, a very large additional investment. And it's also important to hold in mind that the main issue might be the accumulation of entitlements over the year, because this means, of course, that with each activity, adults use then more money. And over the years, we know that 2/3 of all adults do within 10 years some activity. So you can imagine that accumulation really counts. It's very important, but it's also a driver of the required investment of this type of schemes. My interlude, back to the orchestra. It's clear that the current arrangements for funding are highly complex across the member states, but remember the orchestra, it's the sound we are interested in, and so we should not be too much worried about the complexity. It's more how to have a balanced interplay of all these instruments, which counts for us. Introducing an individual learning account would be a major additional investment in a lot of countries. And even where there is an individual learning account, it would expand the capacity of the existing instruments. But again, we would need to recalibrate it within the particular instrument section then, so that everything works out nicely. Speaking of the effectiveness of individual learning accounts, and this is really one of the breakthrough decisions made by the individual learning account recommendation, is that saying we need not only instruments for funding, but we need to look into the whole environment. We need this enabling framework, which also means, of course, that we need to think about the split between additional funding for the learning activities themselves and additional funding for the other elements of the orchestra, the other instrument groups, so to say. Anyway, as soon as we agreed that we need much more money to invest in adult learning to really scale up and to reach the goals, it's also clear that such a new investment will not take place overnight. We need a step-to-step approach. We need to calibrate different parts of the orchestra and move forward over the years. And this is where I now give back to Patricia to explain a little bit how we consider this step-by-step approach possible.
Thank you, Günther. Based on this analysis of 5 in-depth case studies, we indeed propose a procedural framework, like step-by-step, how countries may systematically respond to the ILO recommendation. Let me change the slide. So the first step would be conduct preparatory work. What it involves: stock taking. To respond properly to the ILO recommendation, member states would need a recent and comprehensive stock taking of their adult learning system, identifying the gaps that undermine adults' access to self-selected learning. So the current financial arrangements, but also the areas of the enabling framework, which was underlined by Ginter, also should be reviewed. But in addition, it would be important to identify any other major gaps in further areas which could affect functioning of the adult learning system, and this way to be also decisive for the effectiveness of ILA. This could be like, for example, employment conditions for teachers and trainers, or the provision of adult learning in the rural areas, which these areas are not mentioned in the recommendation explicitly. The preparatory work should also include a forecast about the additional public funding for adult learning, which could be mobilized in the foreseeable future, for example, in the next 5 years. And it should be emphasized that to meet the ambition of the ILA recommendation, the required funding would need to be devoted not just to the ILA as financing instrument per se, but also to fill all the needs of these identified gaps of the enabling framework that Ginter mentioned, and any other areas of the adult learning which could determine the effectiveness of ILA. It has to be assessed to what extent and how it would be possible to establish large but stable, which is important, additional funding streams. And this would be needed to fund a growing use of the accumulated entitlement over the years, but also to ensure the funding for the entitlement in the times of the economic crisis or during the phases where more adults than expected uptake the entitlement. Regarding the potential funding sources, this is of course general taxation, unemployment insurance potentially, or EU funding, but in countries where training levies exist, it could be assessed to what extent these training funds could in the future fund additional investment in adult learning and devote the funds to ILA. In countries where such levies do not exist, it would be important to ascertain to what extent introduction of such a levy could be an option and whether it would find the support of sufficient relevant stakeholders. And now the next step would be to identify the space for intervention. So we would ask the following questions, also following the logic that was presented to you before. Are there public schemes providing substantial support to adult learning already existing? To what extent the existing schemes support both formal, long programs, but also short, possibly frequent, non-formal courses? Are there any gaps in the coverage? Are there any groups that are not covered or not eligible for funding? Are there existing schemes mostly demand side or supply side? And how would a new ILA scheme interact with the existing schemes? Would the funding arrangements be sustained, which would be made redundant, and whether the mutual adjustment of the existing funding and the novel ILA is possible? It needs to be assessed also to what extent a full-scale, fully-fledged ILA is feasible given the funding required for the implementation of such scheme and the anticipated additional resources as per forecasting exercise done in step 1. Now, in step 2, results in the positive assessment of the feasibility of implementing ILA in line with the recommendation. In the next step, the various design aspects would need to be considered, as the way ILA will be designed will strongly influence the size of the public funding required. And the key design features include the range of the group entitled, because there is still some leeway, for example, as regards age range, or the employment status, the size of the annual entitlement, the potential mandatory, but usually we talk about the minimal individual contribution by individuals, by beneficiaries of ILA, preferential treatment for specific target groups, so for example, higher entitlements or lower levels of mandatory individual contribution, and the accumulation of entitlement that Ginter also stressed before, so the number of years for accumulation foreseen, the range of eligible learning opportunities, and the cost for administrative controls and decision-making. Now, it seems that dimensions such as accumulation, mandatory individual contribution, and the range of eligible learning activities should be given particular attention, as these dimensions in the longer term they will strongly driven the need for funding requirements. If the full-scale ILA, fully fledged in line with the recommendation, seems not feasible for the time being, Member States could consider other options to expand financial support for individually selected adult learning, and this may include introducing ILA-type instruments which may deviate in one or a few dimensions from the ILA proposed by the recommendation, but still share many functions of this instrument. So they could be easier for countries to achieve and still provide an important contribution for reaching the objectives of the recommendation. ILA-type instruments, for example, could build on the certain budget rather than provide in the very beginning the entitlement. Still, this way, they could cover such instrument most of the demand. They might not foresee the accumulation, but provide higher levels of support for particular learning opportunities and or specific target groups. So this, let's call it initial piloting of design, may serve as the basis for working towards a more comprehensive design closer to the ILA proposed by the recommendation at a later stage. And Member States finally should also consider expanding, nevertheless, the current financing instruments so that all the instruments can contribute to achieving the ultimate goal of increasing the participation in adult learning. In the next step, we put strengthening training leave and support for subsistence costs. So we gave this element of enabling framework particular importance because, as we know, time constraints and the challenges involved in combining gainful work, family responsibilities, and learning are one of the main barriers to participation. So training leave provisions or arrangements providing contribution to the living costs should be properly addressed by the Member States. So it is important to expand the opportunities for taking paid trade leave to participate in short training spells. And this is where employees continue to receive their salaries while participating in self-selected adult learning. And in addition, to facilitate the take-up, the employers may receive the subsidies for the state as a contribution to their wage costs. Also, there should be opportunities to enter unpaid long-term educational leave, but then the individual should receive an income replacement or contribution to the living costs. So introducing such provisions, frameworks, we need to remember they will require substantial volume of financing, and this should be regarded as one of the major public commitments to the adult learning. In the next step, we have the need to reinforce the other elements of the enabling framework, so career guidance, validation, the National Registry of Training Opportunities, as the effectiveness of ILA will very much depend on all those elements. Then we need to try to close the other gaps in the adult learning systems in other areas which I mentioned before, beyond those explicitly specified in the recommendation. Again, for the well-functioning of the adult system as a whole, but also to ensure better effectiveness of the financing arrangements that would be introduced. For achieving such large-scale reform like ILA, it may be required to work towards and negotiate support of relevant stakeholders for a complex policy package, which could lead to a multi-annual implementation plan. So the next step involves creating a governance structure with representation of all relevant stakeholders across relevant policy fields and the levels of government, and also create an independent body overseeing the implementation of such policy package if the deal is struck, and observing the progress made in achieving the set objectives. Of course, member states should ensure a proper monitoring of the use of the new funding arrangements and the progress made in any prioritized policy area of adult learning. And finally, the implementation plan should foresee a formal joint stakeholder review of experiences and the early outcomes of policy package as a whole, and the new funding instrument in particular, as this step-by-step approach may be more appropriate, so the early experiences may be used as a basis for the decision to scale up or refine the approaches, policies adopted for funding adult learning. But it also needs to be bear in mind that implemented policies should be given the required time in order to demonstrate the effectiveness. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, for presenting this meeting.
Thank you, colleagues. We are a bit late, but let's try to see if there is any question from the floor or from the desk. One in the back over there, I see. You don't have a mic, I suppose. So try to speak in a mic, because I am afraid it will be difficult to hear you.
Why can't you force them to put a limit to public funding for adult education training activities? Let's say 3% of the budget dedicated to these activities, because it's very essential. We live in the AI era, and it's very essential for working for workers as well as unemployed people to upscale their skills.
Thank you, colleagues.
I mean, yes, the ideal situation would be that indeed we set some ambitious goal and set the benchmark. Setting such benchmarks where already such attempt was before, but it is very much, it is difficult taking into account that education and training is still within the competence of the member states. So it's not an easy task.
In simple words, that the EU bodies don't have the right to do something like that. Of course, if member states agree jointly, etc., that would be a bit different story. But I don't know if Diana wants to contribute anything in that direction.
Indeed, this is in fact the reality. On the other hand, as I was explaining earlier, in the Union of Skills, with this reinforced, let's say highlight on needing to increase investments in also public investments in education and training. We are also trying to see a bit how, let's say, what new actions we can bring in to work with the member states and somehow, make them understand and really work with the statistical offices as well on really trying to see how we can ring fence, if I can use this term, a certain amount of the public spending into education and training. And this is also part of the new, let's say, EU governance framework on spending. So we are very much aware of that, and as I was saying, there will be probably small steps going forward, but will take some time. But again, very much agree we need to all, let's say, push for that. So not only from the EU level, but also you as well in the various countries and your national discussions.
Any other question? Yeah, from.
Thank you. Kjetil Tvedt, come from Norway. How is the ILA related to the development of infrastructure called the digital wallet in the European Union, where you have a storage capacity for curriculums or whatever kind of personal information you have? Is that something that's related here?
Obviously, extremely difficult question. I think from my side there were discussions, but maybe Diana will remember on the student card, though I would doubt that that would concern adults per se. So for adults or maybe for unemployed, one could think so, but for the general adult population, I don't think that's something I have heard recently in that sense. So linking to that kind of individual information, I think it's not something that is being discovered. It's an interesting and obviously very hard question.
No, indeed, no. With ILAS, basically, we were starting kind of, let's say, if I can say it from scratch, in what concerns these personal budgets and these personal accounts. So nothing based, let's say, on previous work.
Thank you, colleagues. One last question, I would say. Again, from the back, I see only one hand up. Please, madam.
Kyriaki Soboni from University of West Attica. Is there a convergence between the systems you picked up to run the study? Based on what criteria you picked up the specific countries to undergo this specific study?
As explained before, I mean, maybe we can switch to the slide also. But we chose the countries which had substantial public support already in place, and then we tried to look at the countries which already recently implemented demand-side instruments, which could, where we could look at their experience and whether they could be expanded to ILA. And then at different, Germany and Austria, as I explained, we looked at the interplay of the instruments at the national and the regional level. And for Ireland, we just wanted to look at the countries which have completely different setup, where demand-side financing instruments do not exist, but it is mostly supply, I mean, to a lower extent, I need to correct myself, and supply-side funding dominates, and where is the big national resource, the National Training Fund, which funds many policy frameworks and potentially could finance ILA. So this was our rationale for choosing the countries.
Thank you. I would say, in the interest of time, let's move forward. If there are more questions, you can. We will see if we have time later after the presentation, or if not, you are welcome to meet with the speakers during the lunch break. So we continue now with an update of the current status of the implementation of individual learning accounts in the EU member states, based on a dedicated ReferNet reporting compiled in the first half of 2025. For the context, but I'm sure you already know, ReferNet is a network established by Cedefop more than 20 years ago, that it consists of national organizations that collects and share information on national vet systems. There are also probably some of you that are members of ReferNet here today. If you can raise your hand, let's do an exercise. You see one over there and one over there. They will also have their plenary this week as well. But without further ado, Matas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alfredo. So let me try to move on the more current, a bit of a look of where we are in across the European member states in terms of implementing ILAS, or as most of you know, there is only one ILAS, so something similar to ILAS. The information I will present comes, as mentioned, from ReferNet, and only a limited number of selected countries provided detailed descriptions if there is a very concrete, clearly identifiable, legally defined instrument present in those countries at a sufficiently large scale. So to give you an overview, this is the list of countries we have looked at. As I mentioned before, France, of course, is the only really full example of a full-scale ILA, and for other countries which have been doing or are now doing something similar, we often see something a little bit of a more limited scale, either piloting or a different instrument being enlarged or being used as a stepping stone for setting up ILA. And it seems that those countries who have started the work in recent years actually followed at least some of the recommendations of the study that you have just seen, even without seeing the recommendations, which probably indicates that also the recommendations are quite sensible. So this is an overview. I will not read for you, but you will see more or less the scale of the instruments that have been identified and report it. I continue here a little bit view also on the size of entitlement and eligible population. I think what is interesting that we see in some countries that there is no fixed necessarily entitlement. So Croatia is an interesting case, but Belgium, I will talk about Belgium a little bit further, where you may have a variable entitlements depending on the situations, etc. And of course, the eligible population in its own is not unified or the same across all the member states. In some, it's quite comprehensive. In others, they are targeting more higher educated persons for reskilling purposes. In other countries, you have more of a disadvantage or unemployed or less qualified people. So there's really a very big diversity of the instruments that have been set up. I think what I would like to focus mostly in my presentation are the lessons learned from the few instruments that have the longest track record. There were quite a few, as you saw, launched just this year or last year, so there's not so many lessons learned yet available for those systems, but we have a few running for at least a few years, and of course France is the most outstanding example of this, and we believe we could share with you some of the lessons learned that could help setting up the new schemes, refining, setting the pilots, or looking how to move towards the full-scale ILA. So I'll start first with the lessons learned on the French scheme. As mentioned, is the largest existing, very good example. It's also a highly inclusive scheme, so it has been often stated that the French scheme is able to really engage a lot of usually less engaged population groups in using it and providing access to training. Therefore, also the lessons that they have faced in terms of scale, in terms of success, are highly valuable. And I would just like to signal a few of those that have been reported to us to draw your attention. And of course, one thing that I presume is quite long-standing in the French CPF case is the discussion on the eligibility, on the types of trainings that should be eligible. And it's a very comprehensive scheme, of course, so you have a very, very broad range. I don't remember that way numbers, but I think it's more than 100,000 different types of training. But of course, there has been, or certain types of training raise more debate. And a particular case that is often mentioned is the inclusion of non-professional certificates such as Category B driving license, which is a very important type of training that people actually undertake, and often adults. And it represents a very large part of the French CPF scheme. But of course, then it raises the question to what extent these and similar types of activities should be included or should be co-financed by the scheme. There is also ongoing debate on the choice of the individual and the need to balance or to ensure the relevance of the schemes. And I think it was also mentioned shortly in the previous presentation in terms of how one needs, on the one hand, to ensure the relevance, to focus the training specifically where you observe shortages, for example, in labor market. But on the other hand, you also want, or you are interested into providing the choice for individual for engaging it, and finding the balance between these two goals is not straightforward. And if you move more in the one direction, then you reduce options in the other direction of action. And of course, another very pertinent question was the introduction of the co-payment, which is also a very important scheme instrument to ensure quality and to really ensure selection of relevant training courses, but then it raises debates. And I think another interesting observation is the debates or concerns of the price inflation, which may be, for example, concealed through providing shorter duration of courses, but keeping, for example, the prices of the longer duration. So these were some of the debates or observations that we have seen being reported. And of course, to ensure the quality and very proactive or too proactive ways to try to find users for these schemes, the French CPF over the years introduced a number of very important instruments that help them ensure the quality and focus the training, including the secure verification of the users, really reviewing the size, the types of trainings and the types of providers that are included in the list, really regulating the commercial canvassing and introducing, as mentioned, the co-payment. So these are the few things that we find it interesting mentioned for the lessons learned for the CPF scheme. And we will learn more about this in one of the workshops this afternoon directly, and obviously in more detail from our French colleagues that I believe are already here. Now, another interesting case was the Dutch STAP voucher scheme, also second largest from the list that you have seen in terms of financial volumes, and it was also not introduced out of nowhere, so it replaced a different tax incentive, and of course the scheme doesn't fully align with the ILA model, but it's still it was a very significant scheme implemented in quarterly calls with a limited budget when the budget is used up, so no one else can apply. And a number of adjustments were made very similar to the CPF scheme, again, to regulate and to control the provision and to ensure quality of the provision, because some similar cases as seen in France seem also to have emerged in the early stages of the implementation of the Dutch schemes. And unfortunately, the scheme, rather soon after being implemented, it was discontinued. I believe it's also partly related to the change in the government. But of course, there have been the concerns raised on the use, on the efficacy on the scheme. And that was part of the decision-making process. And I think another aspect that is interesting to note, so we are going in that direction, the link between such schemes with other existing schemes. And you have a number of regional voucher schemes working in the Dutch system. So the new scheme come on top or in addition to the existing ones and the existing infrastructures. And their interlinkages is something that was observed that would help for such a similar scheme in the future. And again, we will have a Dutch representative talking more about this in more detail in the afternoon. And of course, the second aspect was the limited financial scope and also the need for further support. I think the third, now more straightforward scheme is the Croatian voucher scheme, rather straightforward, rather focused on employed people, but then it was observed that the shortcoming, the most evident shortcoming, is the capability of this particular scheme really to engage more disadvantaged target groups, and there are avenues now being sought to really move in this direction. And the final example is an example of Belgium that we have been reporting. It's a very interesting arrangement. So it's an account that actually provides information on a multitude of already existing different arrangements supporting training. And I think it's quite representative of some of the countries analyzed and presented in the study just a little bit before, in terms of how countries may be thinking of what to do in case you have a lot of different instruments already in place, and how to align them or how to put them under a more unified umbrella. And that's what the Belgians, the Flemish part of the Belgian, because it's a devolved also country, is trying to do that, putting 4 schemes under a single umbrella, under a single account, including a training leave, which is actually calculated not in money but in time. They have also dedicated training vouchers, an educational credit, and then additional credit for public sector employees. So they put it all under a single account. And what is prominent or particular about the scheme, really, that in terms of budgetary envelope, if you estimate the expenditure, really the absolute majority is the cost related to the training leave scheme, and the others are much more limited. And here, in such a country with a very complex governance arrangement and very rich ecosystem, of course, what they observe is that the difficulty to draw in further existing schemes because of the diffuse responsibilities across institutions at the regional level, but also, for example, at the federal level, where there is an interest to also develop a scheme, but more comprehensively across the whole country. So this was the observations that we wanted to highlight for you. And I think with this, for a very quick overview, I would like to finish, and thank you.
Colleagues, do you have any questions?
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Really interesting. Floriana Folesi from the European Training Foundation. Just a curiosity, out of the model you presented in the Netherlands, since, okay, there has been some disruption, but it was implemented, if I understood it well, before 2023, because the disruption was after. Is there any monitoring in terms of data of what is the what do they say, restitution, like something like a feedback that demonstrates its relevance? How did it work? How was the implementation? Do we know anything about that? And a last question for Alfredo. Are we going to get all those PowerPoint presentation, by the way? Thank you.
Good question, which I need to revert to colleagues.
So I'll try to respond to both. So indeed, intention is to circulate the presentation. We just need to decide on the avenue, most likely on the website. And to respond to the first question, very good question. And there is indeed information available. In the interest of time, what I could say, your question is perfect for the last panel, because we'll have a responsible person from the Netherlands, and they are doing studies and impact evaluations. I think some may even be partially completed. So I think this, you should definitely repeat it for the closing panel. Thank you.
Maybe a short remark on this one, because the scheme is quite well monitored and evaluated. So also by the start of the scheme, because it was considered as a learning scheme, the STAT budget, so developing by learning the lessons of developing. Unfortunately, it has been abandoned after 2 years. But in the end of the years, there is a final evaluation report, probably in Dutch, but maybe in discussion with the ministry, an English translation can be provided. But
yeah. Thank you, Bethia. Any other question? Don't see any hands raised. So I would say let's move forward, because indeed we are more and more late. So to conclude this morning session, I will give the floor again to Diana to present the role on the individual learning outcomes in the framework of the Union of Skill, and share some reflection indeed on the potential future of this initiative. Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alfredo. And indeed, thank you very much already to Patrizia, to Günther and Mantas for setting the scene for, let's say, from the findings from the study and also from the ReferNet network. So indeed, individual learning accounts, of course, you see the title of my presentation, from the recommendation to the implementation of Union of Skills. They remain very relevant also in the current context, even though, as we already mentioned, the recommendation was adopted already more than 3 years ago. They, let's say, remain very relevant in the current policy context. So indeed, the learning accounts, as we say, remain, let's say, one of the most promising solutions to fostering a culture of lifelong learning in Europe. As again, empowering really individuals to train. The ILAs really represent, as we call it, a scalable but also a forward-looking approach needed to strengthen Europe's competitiveness, and not only in the short term, but you see that we need more and more also solutions for the future, and the vision is very well also reflected in the spirit of the Draghi report. It was also mentioned earlier, and of the Union of Skills communication. So just let me very briefly recall some of the main challenges for the economy. Let's say, of course, we discussed already in the morning, but just if you look here on the slide, let's say some of the most pressing challenges we see. So skill shortages for the digital and green transition. So as you can see here, basically more than 3/4 of companies are really struggling to finding the employees with the right skills to basically navigate the transitions, and they are very much, or even, let's say, more acute for the small and medium-sized enterprises. Only slightly more than half of the adults in the EU have at least, let's say, basic digital skills, according to 2023 data. So this digital divide, let's say, has really wide-reaching implications for both employability but also social inclusion. Skills mismatch is also a significant problem. 1 in 3 workers in OECD countries, according to one of the studies the colleagues did there, is either over or underqualified for the job, which basically leads to inefficiencies, but also, let's say, frustration on both sides of the employment equation. And last but not least, of course, still the low participation in adult learning. We've mentioned the figures already earlier, and I think even more, let's say, significant or important is the fact that really the people with low educational attainment participate even less, basically compounding the disadvantage over time. So all these, let's say, issues highlight that, again, innovative solutions like the individual learning accounts are urgently needed. Now, if we move briefly to the main challenges for the individuals, well, it is really crucial to recognize the barriers that stop individuals from participating in learning. So, firstly, many adults simply cannot afford to let's say, to pay to have the full cost of training, with, let's say, funding often out of reach, especially for those without stable jobs. Time, as we all know, time is another major obstacle, or lack of time. So 40% of the adults who wanted to learn more cite that their schedules are really representing a main barrier as work and family responsibilities compete for their attention. Motivation to learn, a very important barrier, which is maybe not, let's say, the most put in the spotlight, but it's a very complex challenge, with 80% of non-learners saying that they simply do not want to train, which often, let's say, reflects the lower awareness of the benefits of engaging in learning. Lack of available training, especially in those in, let's say, the non-traditional jobs, further compounds the problem. Many adults feel like lost in translation. You know, they don't know where to look for quality opportunities for training, or, you know, what skills to prioritize. And finally, flexibility, also a very important point. 9 in 10 adults believe that training that fits their individual needs would encourage participation. Yet many courses still remain, let's say, still one size fits all, with little adaptability or recognition or non-formal or informal learning. So all these challenges together basically make the case for the need for individual learning accounts, and really make it the need even, let's say, stronger, and again, emphasis on tailored support and really a practical path for every adult learner. As we transition to the Union of Skills, I also mentioned earlier, again, the, let's say, still importance of learning accounts in the new EU framework for skills. So, let's say, first and let's say most relevant objective in the Union of Skills is very much focusing on individuals. So this is basically also the, let's say, the key basics also for us continuing to work on individual learning accounts. So everyone in Europe, we keep saying that should be empowered to build solid skills foundations and engage in lifelong learning and upskilling and reskilling. Quality education and training should provide equal opportunities for all people, really regardless of the, let's say, of their background, to access quality jobs and to navigate the transitions. So this is to be done through upskilling and reskilling, and this is a shared responsibility. So again, public authorities have their own, let's say, role to play, but also we say it again, it's really businesses, social partners, education and training providers, local communities, and individuals themselves that have to cooperate. ILA, in the framework of the Union of Skills, the learning accounts appear in the second strand of the initiative, in the upskilling and reskilling on the workforce to master the transitions. And it appears, let's say, along other complementary initiatives, as I said earlier, with the micro-credentials, which there is a very clear connection between the learning accounts and the micro-credentials, but also with other new actions like the peer learning on supporting member states to strengthen the innovative community learning spaces, and also with the skills guarantee pilot that I described a bit earlier. But let's say they have been already this importance of the learning accounts and the upskilling, reskilling have been a priority for us for a while. Of course, already Action 9 of the skills agenda was very much focusing on the individual learning accounts. Then, of course, with the Council recommendation in 2022, we came with a, let's say, very more concrete framework. And basically now with the Union of Skills, we are very happy that there is, again, it allows us to continue to work with you, let's say, to strengthen the implementation. Already around half of the member states are implementing or have concrete plans of implementing learning accounts. And as also Mantas and colleagues said earlier, many of the countries are only in their initial steps. So further support is needed to shape the final, let's say, large-scale initiatives. If I can just very quickly remind the key features. Okay, it's not the very nice slide of the orchestra metaphor. Very sorry for that. You know, it's a bit more formal graph of putting the bubbles together, but the content is the same, of course. So let's say the Council recommendation, just to remind everyone, puts indeed the learning accounts, really these personal budgets in the, let's say, in the middle of the whole scheme. But basically, there are quite a number of new features that really make this scheme innovative, as we like to call it. So let's say the first feature is, let's say, that support, financial and non-financial, is really provided directly to individuals, so not to the employer or to some intermediary organization. This makes it possible to implement the second feature, basically the universal but differentiated approach. So again, we insist very much on this. This is also making the difference, we know, with other schemes, existing schemes, that really the member states are recommended to set these learning accounts for all working age adults, let's say with an adequate budget, independently, let's say, from the occupational status or the educational attainment or really their status generally. So, of course, at the same time, it's also recommended that it should, let's say, member states should provide these top-ups. We call them, let's say, yeah, it's a bit the term we use, to give even stronger support for the individuals most in need of up and reskilling. And it's very much each member state deciding, let's say, which groups this would be, because it very much depends on the national and regional context. Then, indeed, entitlements can be accumulated over years up to a defined, let's say, maximum amount or a maximum number of years. The personal budgets can be, let's say, topped up by different funders. The employers, can be the public employment services, regional authorities. So this would really enable very targeted and quick interventions once the system is up and running. Another important element is the transferability of the personal budget, so would ensure that, let's say, someone can keep the account if changing jobs or changing the labor market status. And very importantly, this combination of the financial support with non-financial support, basically alongside the personal budget, it really incorporates the enabling framework that colleagues already mentioned, with integrated career guidance services, validation opportunities, a registry for quality assured and relevant labor market courses, for which the entitlement can be used. It should also be presented in one single portal, online portal or application, to really make it easier for learners to use. So we really hope that in this way, let's say, the learning accounts can really make training accessible and attractive to adults. And it would at the same time support, let's say, both the professional and the personal growth. We also say that it should really build on existing infrastructure, for instance, on registries of training opportunities that many member states already have in place, or on career guidance offers and systems that, again, can be already used to set up the schemes. And very importantly, of course, successful implementation, as we say, really require outreach and awareness raising campaigns to really, again, very importantly, to make the individuals informed and so that they know about their rights and benefits. Cooperation with social partners and stakeholders, very, very important as everything that we are doing in our policy area. So again, the Council recommendation stresses the importance of building ILAs at national level through the involvement of social partners and many other stakeholders. So this partnership approach is very, very important. Funding the learning accounts. So again, individual learning accounts are just not another financing tool. So another, alongside with many others. So other tools can be channeled into ILAs. It's rather a tool that allows member states to critically review their adult skills policy system from governance to outreach, as I was just mentioning earlier. Funding for the learning accounts should be adequate and sustainable, determined at national level. The EU provides the possibility of EU funding, and many of you that are involved in implementation of ILAs in your countries know that there is quite a lot of reliance on the European Social Fund Plus, but also on the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So they can support the setup and piloting of an ILA scheme, but beyond that, also diversification of funding sources is needed to ensure the long-term sustainability. Potential sources include the public funding, of course, employer contributions, collective bargaining agreements, and again, as also colleagues mentioned earlier, introducing ILAs would, let's say, will need very thorough planning, and many countries decided to start small, let's say, with a pilot. Well, this is fine. As I said, EU funding allows for running such pilots, but really it is very important to already test the key features of the learning accounts, so the universality, accumulation, and transferability. In terms of EU support for the implementation, again, we are very proud about this first action, this comprehensive mutual learning program that we started in 2023. And you see here the countries that participated in the various rounds, either as really full-fledged participants or more in an observer role. Some of the countries that you see in the observer role is basically the reason was that they were benefiting from EU funding from a different way, different sources, in particular the technical support instrument that helped some of the member states to design their schemes. And again, I know that many of you are here in the room, many of the colleagues from the delegations over the years. So let's say with this mutual learning program, the idea was really to foster so first of all, for the member states to go a bit more in depth and understand, what we should really do as steps into designing and implementing ILAs in the countries, but also, of course, fostering cooperation and sharing best practices, having, let's say, quite some technical capacity support, or, building some administrative capacity in the national delegations to know what to do when going back home, and also how to evolve over the period of the program into, let's say, more concrete plans for ILAs in the countries. So we are currently in the third round. We still have one more meeting left with the countries that you see here in the 2025 round. And just to basically, yes, because there were a few challenges that also were mentioned here, also as findings from the study. In these programs, we really try to look exactly at the challenges that we see in implementation. And again, we are very much aware that it's not an easy scheme to put in place, but we are trying to look together at how to overcome the various challenges and design options. very briefly, just to announce that we are also planning to organize a following round next year, where this time we are trying to really bring together all the member states that have been in the program so far, and also trying to go more in depth into, let's say, the implementation and the results of the pilots going forward, trying to, let's say, build a bit of a community of practice, if I can put it this way. So just for the colleagues that I know are here, to know that we have launched an invitation through the Employment Committee to apply for this new round. So it's a request, a plea for you, just to take into, if you are interested, to continue to be in touch with your colleagues who are representing your countries in the Employment Committee, and yes, apply if interested to continue. And you see here, of course, the other sources of funding. I mentioned, ESF, Recovery and Resilience Facility. We also have some countries who use some funds from the Regional Development Funds, from the Just Transition Fund, and very importantly, this technical support that our colleagues from the DG, let's say, following the implementation of the TSI, are working with some of you. And as for, let's say, the future, we very much, as I said, want to continue this constant exchange with you and support to you, but also let's say, more official requirements that we have into the monitoring and evaluation. So next year we will have the second monitoring review, thematic review of the implementation of the Council recommendation with the Employment Committee. So the policy analysis group, where we again take stock on the implementation so far. There will be, again, ministries of labor, education involved. So it's a very good exercise for us to really get the most up-to-date information. And we are also starting the preparations for the evaluation, so the official evaluation of the recommendation, that we will have to basically come up with a report to the Council and the staff working document 5 years after the adoption, which is basically middle of 2027. So thank you very much for the attention, and again, thank you very much to the colleagues for the great work that you did together, and looking forward for the rest of the day.
Quickly, is there any question? I don't see any hands up, so I would say let's conclude here the morning. Thank you again to all the panelists. And one note for later, if you are in the Alexandria room for the for the working group, please note that is not on this floor, but is on the other side of the entrance hall. So you should, check out with our colleagues where to go. So now let's go to lunch, and we see you back in the working groups at 2. Thank you.
It's important that we increase the participation rate with the individual learning accounts, number one. And number two, we improve the access of underrepresented groups. So these are probably the two main reasons why we are talking about individual learning accounts. Within this session, we will be talking about governance, about the orchestra, what you have experienced from the morning. I think that everybody is now an expert on individual learning accounts. And then we will talk about the funding models, whether private, public, short-term, medium-term, long-term, or pilot ILA schemes or fully fledged schemes. I have a pleasure to introduce two of our speakers. We have also keynote speakers for this session. The first one is Johnny Sang. So let me just say a couple of words about Johnny. Professor Johnny Sang is an internationally recognized expert in workforce development, skills policy, and adult learning systems. With over 3 decades of experience across academia, public policy, and international consultancy, he has led pioneering work on designing and evaluating skills ecosystems. His contributions span to the UK, Singapore, and organizations such as the European Commission, ILO, OECD, UNESCO. Currently, Professor Sang also serves as a thematic expert for the Commission's Mutual Learning Programme on individual learning accounts within the EU. So that's our first speaker. But before I give a floor to Johnny, just let me give you some housekeeping. We have 1 hour and 30 minutes for this session. 30 minutes is for the presentations, 15 minutes for each, then 5 minutes for questions and answers. Then, after that, you will work in 3 small working groups. After the work done, you will report back to us. And also let me introduce our rapporteur for the next session, Terence Hogarth from the University of Warwick, from the Employment Research Institute, right? So he will be taking care of the reporting from this group to the plenary. If you have any questions, so please do not hesitate to ask me before we start. No questions so far, everything is clear, so that's good. So then let's move to the first presentation. So Johnny, the floor is yours. So Johnny will talk about the Singaporean scheme and also the scheme in France and in South Korea. So please go ahead. Can we upload the presentation? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to do the talk here today. And yes, the topic is on funding and governance, but from the ILA's perspective, and in particular, I've been having a lot of questions throughout the last few years when we were doing the mutual learning program, is that the implementation teams often asked how much money or how much budget do we need to set up an ILA. So I think that's the main focus of today's talk. And so as such is that I will touch on what I call the mature ILAs, been running for years, 10 years, having both the France and Singapore schemes. But it's more important, I think, to see to the needs of the member states who are thinking, planning, and designing a new ILAs. So how much money do they need? Well, I wouldn't be able to give you a number, but what I'll be talking about later on is about those important, called the basic elements that you need to consider, and then some other factors that may affect that baseline numbers that you might come up with, either going up a little bit or going down a little bit because of certain design or elements of the scheme that you want to introduce. And then lastly, I will talk about two things. One is about potential sources of funding. Some of these sources have been mentioned this morning already. And lastly, very quickly, is the governance of the ILAs. Now, here, I think essentially, the French schemes is useful to look at for any new member state that are introducing a new ILA scheme, because there are a lot of things that you can learn from. And one of the things is that they use the way they do their budget is that they have a lot of methods. One is using, of course, historic data, and then what happens is that when they then factor into new things that they're going to do, or indeed a new arrangement, the co-payment that was introduced last year, then they can adjust this number up and down. But for, of course, the new member states, you don't have the historic data. So as I said, later on, we'll move on to that. But one important point is that both the French scheme, CPF, and the one in Singapore, the Skill Future Credit, is that the budget that they have covers the system elements. So in this case, CDC, which is the units that coordinates and runs the ILA CPF. So same as in Singapore. So sometimes when you get a budget number, it's not exactly very easy to see that how much is it exactly that you need for funding the entitlement and those courses that you would like the learners to take part in. So here is to give you a little idea is that we had a presentation last year or early this year that you notice that the French the sources of their funding for CPF comes from, of course, this big pot of levies, employer contributions, and so on. And you notice that the CPF funding is only 14% out of the big pot. Now, it's interesting to notice that small amount because there's a lot of money in there, but the traditional sources still occupy the lion's share of that money. It's important for a new member state to take note of that, because essentially is that later on, you are unlikely to find new sources of income, although I'll give you an example later on in the case of Singapore, but they are rare. So that you are really talking about making an attempt to persuade the stakeholders, through plurals, to restructure some of the money, some of the levies or funding into the ILA. So in this case, you could see that is a very small amount. In fact, initially, it was even smaller than this. So the policymakers were able to persuade the stakeholders that, look, let's just see how it works, providing additional elements of demand for skill training through the ILA. So that is a very strategic way of looking at how you're going to proceed in the future. And the Singapore schemes is exactly the same, very similar, but I use a very similar set of figures, like the way that I calculated the French entitlement. Funny enough, this is the spend on CPF, as well as the Singapore Skill Future Credit. Essentially, is that you have the eligible users numbers, and then we have the total spending estimate, but some of this actually is for other elements within the system, not exactly all for the entitlements, but this is an estimate for the two. But you notice the important things in the table is that in the French schemes, is on average per eligible user spent is 48 or 49 euros. It's not been changed, is that millions in there? Sorry. Per millions in that case. Okay, I changed the slides. My one to per users. Okay, and in the Singapore one is 10.5 million per million users. So essentially, the French scheme is about 4 times higher, and there's a reason for that. I'd like to explain, because that's another factor that you may have to consider. In the Singapore case, is that nearly all of the trainings, 90% already subsidized. So the ILA users only use the ILA to pay the balance, which is 10%. So in that case, they don't need a lot of money in the ILA to spend on the courses. And so as a result, you notice that the per user or per million users spends comparison is a lot lower. Maybe that's also a situation that's relevant to you. So next is that I will provide a kind of basic way of looking at how you should look at planning or estimating your own budget. So first of all, we need to know that is the number of working adults. I presume that's the definition to use, because that's in the council recommendation. All working adults. So in this case, let's say 1 million or 10 millions. So you need to have that number. And second is that you need to decide on the ILA entitlement. Again, there's a notional figure that a lot of countries have been thinking about, which is 500 euros. So in this case, is that then also, let's say that you are thinking about a budget may cover, let's say, the next 5 years or maybe 6, 7 years. That's your choice, right? That's your decision. But with that is that you already get some kind of estimations there that the budget will equal the number of users plus the entitlement. But that's not exactly the money that you will be spending, because we all know that a lot of people tend not to, I don't have the time. I mean, again, this morning I talked about I don't have the time to do that. I don't have the needs. I'm not changing my career yet, and all sorts of reasons. So that budget's actually just a notional figures. It's not the real one. What is causing the so-called uncertainty is the extent of utilization. And as such is that figure will be basically scaled down in terms of the level of utilization that you will come across. And every country may have a different figure for that utilization. So how do we know about that U for utilization in the equation? So essentially is that for a member state introducing a new scheme, you wouldn't know that whether the younger people or gender differences will affect your take-up rates, the utilization rate. So you really do need to do a little exercise. You have to have a random sample, good random sample. It doesn't have to be too big, but that should mimic the eventual ILA scheme. So I'll just give you an example that in the survey, you may have a question like that. So you come up with an estimate that how likely an individual may spend the account. Now, I didn't put, and you could refine it to say how much the account you may spend, but people may not know that because the courses or the prices for those courses may differ. So it's difficult to say how much I'm going to spend, but how likely to use it in the first year, second year, that gives you an idea. So you need to do a bit of estimation through a local exercise, as it were. So the other factors now, other than a very general probabilistic way of looking at things, is that there are other things that you can, in your survey, find out more. For example, the age differences in your survey, you can find out that, gender differences, educational attainment levels, occupational and so on and so forth, or family responsibilities. So you can find out that, even culture, I said there, because culture, the motivational side is a very important thing. We don't know, right? So that's the demand side. The supply side is that you, in terms of the type of provision, if you imagine have a very narrow range of provision, is that the users say, well, many of them or some of them say, well, it's not for me. I don't find anything. I really like to do healthy eating or yoga. It's not covered, so I'm not taking it. So in that sense, is that the supply side factor, how easy to use a scheme, whether getting any advice, good advice, guidance, does that also matter? Now, there are system factors as well. So the level of entitlement is important. Imagine the plain vanilla version that you don't have top-up, accumulation, it's just 500 euro and so on. But someone may be thinking that I need to do something that's quite fundamental. I want to change my career. That may cost a lot of money. So the level of entitlement is something that will affect utilization. And also, accumulation gives another dimension to it, because year on year is that in the first year it's so little, maybe just 500, the next year, okay, 1,000. In time to come, I may wait. So it affects the timing, the utilization, and so on. Now, all of these things are going to affect that basic formula I told you, and each country will have your own design in terms of those three baskets of factors there. You can adjust the numbers up and down. So co-payment and prices for the course and so on, and then there's an item called price inflation. Now, co-payments are a very interesting thing to consider in today's environment where government spendings or expenditures are highly limited. First of all, the French scheme says that they will increase the level of commitment from the ILA user, don't want them to drop out halfway through the course and so on and so forth. That's a good idea. But at the same time, you can help your own budget, reduce the budget, because there's some contribution there from the individuals, let alone the employers. And then, in the Korean case, there's an interesting, innovative way of using it, is to steer the skill training or the training side towards the highly demanded skills. I'll show that in a minute. Prices is also something that will affect your budget. And in one, I think, review in Lithuania last year, is that they set a price of 500 euros, and then there's a new schemes, a lot of providers coming into the market to get these 500 euros maybe. As it turned out, 94% of the courses in the review all center around this 500 euros. And it's a bell shape, but with a very narrow bell, that the 800 euros or the 200-300 euros are very few in between. So where you set your entitlement also affect the prices, and prices seems to be, driven by market and so on. More about that maybe later on regarding monitoring whether you are getting value for your money. Now, for argument's sake, we were talking to the Lithuanian teams that by accident, what if you set your prices at 550, which is let's say a 10% increase in your total budget for the whole country. Just by chance you set at 550, your budget's gone up, but public provisions in terms of what we're looking at is exactly the same. So what if you set it by chance for 450 euros? You probably again get exactly the same kind of courses available and so on. But your budget from the government and the levies maybe will be quite different because it's a national budget. So co-payment, in the French case, I won't go into too much detail. Essentially, 100 euros flat rate, and this year gone up by 2 euros because of inflation, so on and so forth. And before that, I think I remember talking to French colleagues, he said, oh, that looks very interesting from the Korean case. And sure enough, it was introduced last year, budgetary reason, obviously, and so on. And there are exemptions, job seekers, and those that are already working for employers that already contributed to the courses and so on. And those that are working in occupation that are at risk, they don't have to pay this 100 euro or 102. So just for completeness sake, so I'm going to show you this little diagram. I'm going to cut short the diagram to show you the most important thing. Has it got no pointer? No. Oh yes. The first thing to look at is that the 0 percentages. So for the critical skills there'll be no co-payment. So digital skills and there are quite a few others. There's no co-payments at all. And then for the very poor people, including the job seekers, they also pay nothing for their courses, except for something else. I'll come back to that. Essentially, so you look at those, there are people, a lot of people don't pay. Oops, hang on a minute. Oops, they don't pay. And then is that, oops, depending on the so-called the market demand for the skill, employment rate after training. So those that over 70%, you notice the co-payments very low. But whereas those below 40%, i.e. the skills not hotly demanded, as it were, so then the co-payments very high. Even the unemployed people, the lower, you have to pay 20%. So that's an interesting way of doing it. But then, having said that, the Korean national learning cards is geared to something else, really. It's about the labor market, it's more like an active labor market intervention program, because 2/3 of the users over there are unemployed. 1/3 of them are the others are thinking about changing their jobs and so on and so forth. Potential sources of long-term funding, most of the cases that we've looked at, existing one where the full ILAs or pilot and so on, pilots are mostly using the ESF fund, EU funds and so on. But the major sources will be coming from levies because there's no new sources as such, and then state funding, co-funding from employers in particular, or some other major regional sector funds and so on. But there are some rare ones. In the case of Singapore, there's a lifelong learning endowment fund, which is a sovereign wealth fund. And that money, a huge amount of money that puts out billions of those, that the interest earned is to fund only learning programs. So that's ring fence. So interesting, because for the government year-on-year fluctuation in budget, the first thing they cut is training. In this case, in Singapore cases, that's not, because it got separate fundings in there. I say it's a rare case because not a lot of countries have this sort of resources to put aside something like that. So we can't consider that most of the time. Or indeed, the saving-based kind of incentives, such as the Canadian training credits, is one that the Council recommendation is not really recommending things like that, tax-based or saving-based schemes. Strategy to arrive at negotiated combinations, like the first one, levies and so on, is something that I just mentioned earlier on. The French case, really worth learning. And Fabio's, our colleagues from CDC, he used to work for the minister who negotiated combinations, as we're still trying desperately to get to interview the ex-minister as to how difficult it was to get these negotiations through, but probably more in the future. I can update you guys. Governance, that's my last slide. Thank you. Am I still on time? Yeah. Good, lovely. And here is that we're looking at the Council recommendation as a guideline. The important thing is that is not a single governance model, and often you really have to make it fit for purpose, for multiple purposes, as is stated over there. But I summarize, this is definitely the last slide, and from the ILA's perspective, there are 6 aspects of things that, or operation that the governance side is particularly relevant. So the first one is about the legalities. So these are long-term schemes. Every citizen is involved and so on. The legal framework for it is very important. And so you'll find that in the French scheme, you'll find that in the Singapore one, that is in fact overlapping with the lifelong learning kind of policy and framework and so on. So that's something that you have to work on initially. But with a pilot, you may not have the opportunity to do that. But still, bear that in mind. That's an important element in a good full ILA eventually. That would also define your institutional coordination responsibilities. Who's going to do what? Who's going to give somebody else what kind of service, etc., support, and what kind of expertise and activities have to be put in place, and so on. And the third one is financial governance, transparent. Everybody agree on the in terms of arrangements, so on. And training market coordination. In the case of France, CPF have 140,000. 14,000. That's sorry, 14,000 providers. And that needs a lot of QA and a lot of monitoring in order that there's no foul play, or say misuse, shall we say, and so on. And again, good value for public money. Platform governance, again, because there's a lot of security issues, a lot of sort of ease of use issue, all sorts of issues that for ILA to succeed, the governance of the platform is very important because that's the front and back facing to that you need. Lastly, the stakeholder inclusion, because you need support to mobilize all the ILA users throughout the country and so on. So I think my time is up. Thank you.
Many thanks, Johnny, for the very informative presentation that you provided as a guidance or cookery book how to build a ILA ecosystem. Just coming back to your first equation, we start in Slovakia backwards. So we have the money available, like 15 million euros from ESF Plus, and then we come to the second part of the equation. So we need to rearrange the equation a little bit with the number of participants and amounts. So are there any questions for Johnny? We can take maybe 2 questions, 1 or 2. Yes, please, at the back.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Stefan from the European Training Foundation, and I would be interested in this, I think it was your first slide or the second slide, where you explained the difference between France and Singapore. And you said the costs are 4 times higher in France. Yeah. And then you said because the schemes or the programs in Singapore are already subsidized, that was, I think, the explanation why the costs are lower. Could you explain that in more detail?
Yes, essentially is that with most of the scheme, I would expect is that the ILA entitlement that you have, let's say €500, and you're going to pay for a course like the one in Lithuania, costs exactly €500. So in Singapore, is that you, for a course, just easy round number, say €100, €90 already paid by the government. So your ILA, so out of my 500 entitlement, I'm only going to use 10 euros to pay for it. So as a result of that, the budget for the ILA in Singapore will be smaller because, the government's still spending the same because it's through another route they're funding it. So that's why the figure looks that a lot higher from another country. So the point I'm trying to make is that do you have such arrangement yourself? Because that affects the way that you then estimate your ILA budget. Although totally speaking, It may be coming from the government as well as from the levies. So in the case of Singapore, also coming from the levy. And the levy in Singapore, unusually, I also mentioned some of the member states here, that you may find similar cases, which is to your advantage. In the case of Singapore's Skill Development Fund, for, as far as I know, 4 decades of under-claiming, i.e. employers are paying into it, never claimed. Big or small. Big ones say, oh, I've got enough money. Small one, I can't be bothered. I don't have the staff to do the claims. So a huge amount of money sitting in there, and some of it has been put into the endowment fund. Some of it is basically, most of it actually coming, funding the ILA. And there are 3 sources in Singapore. If the SDF fund is not sufficient, then government, and then the lifelong endowment fund kicks in. And if that is not sufficient, then government, the 3rd source, will come in. So you can see why the ILA in Singapore is so different. It's ring-fenced. It's not subject to government budget fluctuation as a result. If they underspend the money, which is stored aside, and the endowment fund can only be used. Legislation, remember the legal framework is important. Legislation defines that the endowment fund cannot be used for anything else other than just learning and education.
Thank you, Johnny, for the explanation. And I think one of the 3 questions which we'll be discussing in small working groups will be related to co-financing of individual learning accounts. Is there any other observation? Yes, on the right side.
Yes, hello, Daniel Unterweger from FreeS in Vienna. You said that the ILA in Singapore is also financed via a levy. And I wanted to ask on how exactly that levy came into being. Did it exist already prior to the ILA? And is it like imposed by government or based on collective agreements like in many European countries?
Good question. Collective agreements. In Singapore, there's that kind of agreements, but the history of that is relevant. The SDF was introduced in 1979, as far as I remember, when the country embarked upon so-called a transformation of industry from making T-shirts and things like that to higher tech, diversification. As a result of that, they needed training. So the SDF was introduced. Initially, because remember, we're moving from low value added to higher. So the SDF initially was only applicable to employers who are paying low wages. So imagine you're doing T-shirt and things like that, you definitely have to pay. So they force you to go up the value chain to produce something more expensive. So your wage is higher, everything's higher. So initially, it's that kind of interesting fund, but it was imposed upon them because the government said they wasn't so coming from a collective bargaining situation. So, but after that, the fund continued, even though Singapore moved up the value chain, by the way, and because of the claiming from the fund, it was so big, it's embarrassingly big. So then it was decided how to make use of it. So it is a levy. Employers just paid. It's 0.05%. Initial 0.5% for the low pay one, but in the 80s onwards, it's for everybody. So everybody pay, but then reduce to 0.05% of payroll. So everybody pay, but because it's small, the employer just factor into the part of the cost. So it wasn't even like you say, come on, we need to negotiate an agreement, a collective bargaining. So it's a funny kind of thing. So it's a by accident, shall we say? There's a pot of money there.
Thank you, Johnny, for the explanation. And talking about sectoral training funds and collective bargaining, we are moving to our next speaker, who will be also discussing the sectoral training funds from Cyprus, from the Human Resource Development Authority. So let me introduce our next speaker, Mr. Yanis Mourouzides. He is the Director General of the Human Resource Development Authority of Cyprus, which promotes the training and development of the human resources of Cyprus. He previously held key leadership roles within the HRDA as Director of Training Services and Director of Research and Planning. Yanis represents the government of Cyprus on the governing board of Cedefop and is one of the 2 national delegates in the EU Directors General for Vocational Education and Training. Yanis, please take your floor.
Thank you, Peter, for the introduction. Thanks, Cedefop, for the organization of this event. So, yes, I will present what happens in Cyprus. First of all, some labor market indicators to show where Cyprus stands, the challenges that we face in our labor market, some details about my organization, the Human Resource Development Authority of Cyprus, and then I'll go on the individual learning accounts, new initiatives that we have introduced during the last few months. Some indicators. Employment rate in Cyprus is almost 80%. We have a low unemployment rate. It was 4.9% at the end of 2024. It's now even lower. It's around 4.5%. So conditions almost of full employment in Cyprus. And participation in education and training, quite low. So despite all the good performance of the economy, persons still do not participate enough in education and training activities. Thus, we have a shortage of skilled labor force in several economic sectors: tourism, hotel and restaurants, health, agriculture, construction, manufacturing, and even in advanced sectors like information technology. We have a higher than average unemployment rate among young persons aged 15 to 24, a low participation rate in education and training, as I have already said, and a low participation rate in vocational education and training, because in Cyprus the preference was for general secondary education, following by tertiary education. We have one of the highest percentage of graduates going into tertiary education. That should have been good news, but it's not actually, because we still have skills mismatch. A significant number of people with university education, they're employed in middle-level occupations that do not require tertiary education, because a significant number of those persons follow fields of study that lead to occupations for which there are no significant needs in the labor market. And so we have a shortage of people to fill vacancies in STEM occupations: science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And we're also in the midst of the twin transition of the economy, the digital and the green transition. And we experience as well low level of digital skills. Even our university graduates have a lower level of digital skills compared to other university graduates in other European EU countries. That's the main to set the scene. My organization, semi-government organization, it refers to the government through the Minister of Labour and Social Insurance, and we are governed by a 13-member tripartite board of directors. And this tripartite composition, having government, employer and trade union representatives, is actually introduced in all the stages of the organization. It's not just on the board of directors, but in various stages, like the introduction of a system of vocational qualifications, the approval of the vocational qualification standards. So this tripartite nature, and it has been since the beginning of the organization. We celebrated 45 years last year. So the organization started in 1979. This tripartite nature is throughout the organization. We are also financed by a levy system, as Johnny has already said that happens in Singapore. So every enterprise has to pay to us 0.55% of their payroll. But excluding the government decided from the beginning to be excluded from this collection of the levy system. So civil servants are excluded from the subsidization policy of the HRDA, and up to this year, self-employed were also excluded. But now things are changing, because from January 2026, the self-employed will be included in our activities, and they will have to pay the levy as well. Our vision is to continuously enrich the human resources of Cyprus, having the appropriate knowledge and skills. We believe that our human resources in Cyprus is the most productive resource we have, and that's why we invest quite a lot in their development. We have a flexible training system. We are not a training provider. We work through a network of collaborators, either training institutions, vocational training centers. They have to be certified by us, or trainers. So we have this flexibility, and this flexibility throughout the years has proved that it's very effective, because private sector more easily adapts to the needs of the economy, to the needs of the labor market. The training programs are implemented and subsidized by vocational training centers or by enterprises. The training needs are identified by research studies that we carry out, but also by the enterprises, because they know what their needs are, what the training needs are. The decision for the participation in the case of the schemes directed towards employed persons rests with the employers, and participation is open to everyone. Our main activities. We have schemes promoting the integration of the unemployed and the inactive persons into employment. Schemes that we provide subsidy to enterprises to employ either tertiary education graduates or long-term unemployed persons. We cover actually the whole cost of the person, the wage that the enterprise pays, and also partly the cost of the person that provides guidance to the employed person. We have training programs for the unemployed, and we have what's called a voucher system. The unemployed persons may participate in the multi-company training programs. These are training programs implemented by around 275 training providers that we have in Cyprus. Every 6 months, they provide to us the list of their training programs. We examine them, we approve them, and then they proceed and they organize these training programs. And unemployed persons may participate in these training programs. They have the opportunity to choose two training programs per year. We also have a large variety of schemes for the lifelong learning of the employed persons, either in the company, single company training programs, or the programs that I described previously, the multi-company training programs. All these programs, the HRDA subsidize something like 80% of the cost that the enterprise or the training center has. And actually, since 2024, we have increased significantly the subsidization. Our subsidy now is 20 euros per participant per hour of training. So it's quite substantial, and it provides a financial incentive to enterprises to train their persons. We also promote the quality assurance of the training development system. We have the system of vocational qualifications. I'm not going to go into detail into these systems. And the system for the assessment and accreditation of training providers. We enforce, let's say, the quality of the training by having certified vocational training centers, certified trainers, and certified training places. We have as I have said previously, the previous schemes, the employer chose the employers to send into those training programs. We have now schemes funded under the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, where we provide training to persons and they choose to go into these training programs. These 4 training schemes are free of charge to everyone. So it's for the acquisition of digital skills, knowledge and skills related to the green, I'll try and finish, and blue economy, and for the unemployed persons. And we go on to the individual learning accounts. This was a complementary to all other schemes that I have already described. It was proposed as an initiative to increase participation in lifelong learning in Cyprus, and it was prior to the EU recommendation that we introduced that. So I'm not going to go into detail what ILAs is, but individuals that have an ILA in Cyprus may participate in training programs under our standard multi-company training programs scheme. The budget is 5 million. The plan is to offer ILAs to 1,800 persons and entitlements of 2,400 per person over a 3-year period. So that's 800 euros per year. But we provide that money at the beginning of the period so they can go into more expensive programs from the start. The implementation period is up to 27. We have already started, so by mid-October 2025, we had 600 applications. We approved 400 ILAs, and this corresponds to around 1 million euros. Already, 140 persons participated. They have utilized their entitlements to take part in training programs, and they spent 570 euros per person on average. We cover 2 groups: employed individuals with up to upper secondary education and long-term unemployed persons. And they have the ability to participate in around 3,400 training programs that are approved by us. Attractiveness seems low. So we have to see how, with more publicity campaign, to attract more persons to this. We are going to monitor the whole process. Guidance opportunities is offered only to unemployed persons through the Public Employment Service. And sustainable funding, we are going to talk about it further on, but certainly we see that ESF funding combined with national and HRDA funds will be vital for that. And this is the last slide. We think that we should evaluate prior to deciding on the full implementation of the ILAs. So the pilot project will be completed by 2027, and then we'll proceed with the full evaluation and then decide on how we'll proceed in the future in Cyprus. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis, for keeping the time. And if there is a burning question, we can take one question. Okay, please.
Thank you. Raffaela Kira from the European Association for the Education of Adults. I was actually interested in how you set the amount of 2,400 euros. Is this the average price of an adult learning course?
Actually, no. It's the, I would say it's the maximum, because we have values, cost from something like 500 up to 3,000 euros. So it was to cater for persons wishing to take the most expensive course.
All right, thank you for the explanation. And I would like just to add that you said that it's 800 per year. So times 3, it's 2,400. Yes, thank you very much, Yanis. So now let's move to the group exercise. So we have a U-shaped room. I would like to have 3 groups. So one group on the right side, second group in the middle, and the third group on the left side. And we have 3 questions to discuss within 30 minutes. So the time is very intense. The first group should focus on the first question, the second group on the second question, and the third group on the third question. Now, you can discuss all of the questions. We will keep the questions on the board. Can you see them? Yes. So the first question is, what is the expected size of the annual cost of fully operational ILA in your country? So if you have this information, it would be nice to have. Then second question, how this cost compares to the current levels of public expenditure on adult learning? We had a discussion about that in the morning, and also Manta showed us some figures for Europe and for the member states. And the third question is, what are the potential sources of funding that could be set up to finance individual learning accounts? So 3 simple questions, but during the discussion you will find out that they are quite complicated. So 3 groups, I would ask each group to appoint a rapporteur, and then when we finish, we will have the reporting session just for this working group. And then Terence will be reporting after our small reports in the next session. Is it clear what we have to do? So no questions, so far so good. So let's break in 3 groups. So you can move your chairs or just go around. Some groups will be bigger, some smaller. just a kind reminder, you have 4 more minutes, and then we need to sum up. 4 more minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to interrupt you for a while. We have 10 more minutes and we need reporting back to the plenary of this working group. So please take your seats and then we can start with group number 1. So you have around 3 minutes to summarize the discussions and come up with some answers and possible also questions. Terence is teasing me, but I think that your reporting is ready for the for the plenary. All right, so may I ask your attention? Please, can you take your seats? So let's start with group number 1.
Okay, thank you. So we discussed the first question on the expected size of the annual cost for a fully operational ELA. And here we had quite a dire lack of data to basically answer this question for all of our countries. But I think what we agreed upon is that it doesn't matter so much on what the total height of the funding available is, but also how it is used. And here we can take an example where there is actually data, namely the Austrian example. Where there was for the past decade and more paid training leave scheme implemented, which fulfills most aspects of the Council recommendation and even goes further because it does not simply cover the costs of fees, but also wage replacement payments. And for this paid training leave scheme, the costs for 2024 were around 600 million euro. So for a country of Austria with a size of 9 million inhabitants. So indeed, this is quite in line what also Johnny has mentioned, I think, in his presentation. So this is rather unexpected, so to say. But it also has to be noted that this scheme actually has been discontinued, unfortunately, this year. So the paid training leave scheme currently is not in operation. And one of the reasons why it was abolished is because actually how the funding was used was heavily criticized. In many federated states in Austria, it was used as a way of prolonging childcare leave due to the wage replacement payments. So actually after getting a child and getting the benefits from the childcare, one would switch to the paid training leave scheme. And especially in federated states that don't have very well built up care infrastructure, then this paid training leave scheme was misused, so to say. So in fact, it has been discontinued this year, also due to budgetary constraints, and will be reintroduced next year with a more strict eligibility criteria for the courses to be used, and also with a potential employer co-funding requirement. But in general, as mentioned, the total size of the scheme was rather in line with what we've heard in the previous presentation.
Thank you very much. So have you made all the notes? 600 million, or would you like to ask some additional questions?
No, I think that was all very clear.
Very clear. Yes. Okay, good. Thank you very much once again. So let's move to group number 2. Who is going to report?
Hello, everyone. I'm George, I'm from Greece. I'm not even going to try to spell my last name. It's going to be difficult for all of you, and even for the Greeks, my Greek friends. So our group was the second group, and we had representatives from Cyprus, Greece, Bulgaria, and Malta. And we also have an observer from the European Training Foundation, and she was very helpful in making us think a little about our situation. So apart from Cyprus, where you saw the presentation from Yannis, and you saw the cost, that the current levels of public expenditure seems to be enough, but it's not enough really. It seems that it needs more money to fully implement an operational ILA system. The rest of the countries, unfortunately, cannot really report something very concrete, because in all three other countries, Greece, Malta, and Bulgaria, ILAs are still in the level of planning, deciding, studying it. So, unfortunately, we cannot make any kind of a comparison. And there is also my friends from Greece that also supported my idea that there is not enough visibility, let's say, in what's going on in the field of expenditure, public expenditure on adult learning. We don't have data to that's how it translates. And I just want to make a final point, which really is important, that when it will be implemented, how the government is going to decide to implement ILAs, and when, that's one issue. But the most important is how we will make the people aware of what an ILA is and how they can benefit from it. Because now, and I feel the same, if you go out and ask an average worker in Greece, do you know what an ILA is? You probably don't get an answer, or the answer you will be expecting to get. That's the idea. So we are not in a position to say that's the cost, that's how it compares to our public expenditure, because we are in the planning, let's say, level right now, except from Cyprus, where you got the numbers very well articulated by Yannis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we can use the numbers from Yanis, and Terence has a quick question.
Sorry, at the beginning of your presentation, you said in one country, or maybe for all of them, whatever the expenditure should be, it's not enough. Could you just explain why?
That was from Cyprus. I think Yanis can explain to you easily.
Yes. Well, in the case of Cyprus, we have half a million of persons in working or employed or unemployed. And if we take the 800 euros per year that we provided, for the, let's say that it's not going to be 800 euros for everyone if it's fully fledged. It's going to be 500 euros. 500 euros multiplied by half a million persons, that's 250 million for ILAs. And the organization, my organization, for the provision of lifelong learning, our subsidies amount to 40 million per year. So for the 250 million, if we take even what Johnny said about a participation rate, and let's say a participation rate of 30–40%, is still highly above what we already have. That's why I would say that we need funding from the European Union to provide for this initiative that came from the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree with that we need more funding. Okay, and let's move to group number 3.
For group number 3, I'm going to talk. So I'm Gabriela from Romania. And of course, in the line with the 2 other groups, we cannot have a proper answer for the first 2 questions. As also in our group, we don't have a fully mature ILA scheme, but we have different pilot projects. And what we can say for the moment is that the prices for having an efficient and sustainable ILA scheme takes time. And in the beginning, it's costly. But this cost will get lower when reaching the end line of being a fully mature program. And I can give you the Romanian example for implementing an ILA scheme. And for us, setting up an ILA scheme will take 4 years. It will be a pilot project that will cost 15 million euros. Most of the cost will take the development and implementation of the digital platform. And the rest of them for training, for counseling, and also for developing a public policy, so to strategize what will be the annual cost or the budget revenues at the national level. And to give an answer for the third question, so source of funding, the first source of funding is, of course, the ESF Plus, because in the beginning we are going to have a full implementation cost covered by this ESF, but we envision that in setting up an ILA account, we need the state budget, the employer's fee, and also the employees. An alternative budget that we can consider, and we discussed it in the group, could be from the other social partners, so trade unions, because in some countries, also trade unions provide for their members training programs.
Thank you. So trade unions, duly noted. Okay, good. So if I understood well, just a sub-question. You are going to introduce a pilot 15 million euros for 4 years in Romania, including the digital platform. So what would be the cost of the digital platform? Do you know? Do you have a clue?
75%. And the pilot project...
Oh, that's an expensive scheme, I would say.
Yes, and I will tell you why. The pilot project will be only in the construction sector. Okay. And we would like to test if all the steps in having a certified person is on the platform. So the registration, the funding mechanism, so the account, and also the training program and the certification itself, it's done on this digital platform using AI and so on and so forth. So that's why the biggest cost is with the platform itself.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. So we are 2 minutes behind the schedule. So let me just once again thank to all the presenters, to Johnny, Yanis, Terence for his future reporting. So he had no time to sum it up, but I think that he will do a good job. And also I would like to thank Mantas and Cedefop for organizing this working group. Thank you very much. So the coffee serves outside. I can smell the coffee.
to make it work, this. secondary importance
Yeah,
also,
all
because
that
it's
really
subjective also.
yeah.
It's not really.
But it just tends to give you the message you don't want.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, that's great. Do you want your son or daughter to do
It's
it?
easy, yes,
No.
to answer this. Exactly, yes. Or like
yeah.
talks
So-
about intentions to study, right? But when the time comes, you.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Hello.
Hello.
Colleagues, please take a seat as we are about to restart. Okay, let's restart. So, colleagues, welcome back to the plenary session. I hope you enjoyed all the parallel working groups. To recap what was discussed in each of them, please join me in welcoming our rapporteurs. In the interest of time, I would like to ask all of you to limit your presentation to maximum 8 minutes each. I know it's not a lot, but let's try to be brief and conclude the day on time. So let's start with, without any further ado. So from the panel on funding and governance, we have Terence Hogarth, professor at the University of Warwick and Institute for Employment Research. Terence?
Thank you. I think our starting position was looking to the future. A lot of the training that employers currently deliver, they may not deliver in the future, especially in countries that have relatively low levels of collective bargaining. If you have more fluid labour markets where employers might not be able to appropriate the return of from the investment they make in training. So you need some alternatives. And individual learning accounts have been around for a very long time. And there seems to be a consensus that it's an effective way of empowering individuals to take a degree of influence over their own training and skill needs. But clearly there are a range of issues to do with funding, quite challenging issues, I think, in setting up an individual learning account. And certainly the country I came from introduced individual learning accounts in the late 2000s, but it was all abolished in 2010 due to high levels of fraud in the system. But there was recognition at that time that it was actually an innovative idea. It just wasn't particularly well managed, and the idea never goes away. That there's certainly, if one looks at the UK again, there's this idea of lifelong learning accounts. So, which may be an individual learning account by another name. So clearly, there's something inherent to inherently attractive to an individual learning account, which then begs the question: if you're going to establish one, and this is one of the questions Cedefop set us, is how much will it cost? And there's a simple answer to that, which is we don't know. There's very limited data on which to base any calculation. But we do have the examples of France and Singapore, and Johnny Sung demonstrated how you can collect information from doing a survey of likely participants to try and gauge just how many people are likely to be interested in actually participating in how many people will be interested in participating in a training program funded through an ILA, which is part of the funding formula, but also you need to set a price for how much you're willing to pay for that training. And there lies part of the problem. If you set a price of 500 or 800 euros, then you're almost inviting training providers to say, well, here's a training course for 800 or 500 euros. And again, there's some evidence of that from the UK. If you look at the way higher education is funded, where they set tuition fees at a maximum of £9,000, and they thought there would be an external market that would come in and say, we can deliver some for 6,000, some for 5. Everybody chose 9. So there is inherent danger in how you present that information. And I think one of the comments which was made in our discussion is that you need to do some research to understand the true cost of the training. However you define your target groups, you need to do some research to try and identify the true cost of delivering those programs. And I think the other thing which came out of the discussions, but also the presentations, is that the administrative costs of establishing an individual learning account and running it are very high, that they will eat up a very substantial proportion of your overall budget, both in terms of what you want to deliver and making sure that's delivered, but also in policing the system to make sure that money is being spent as it should be, which goes back to the earlier point I made in relation to the UK. And the other side of the course is that if you're going to spend this money, you want ideally to make sure you're getting a return on it, and that was one issue I think which we didn't get round to, but I think is a critically important question. The other question we were set was, well, how does an individual learning account, how does the costs of it all compare with other forms of adult learning? And again, because individual learning accounts, there's relatively little information available about their operation. It's difficult to gauge, but we had the example from Austria where sort of some quick calculations seem to suggest that the cost of delivering training leave, the training leave program, was more or less in line with the cost of the costs borne in the case of France. So there's evidence there that there's indicative evidence that individual learning counts aren't excessively costly relative to other types of intervention which are out there, which are trying to do, to some extent, the same thing. And then the final question we were addressed, which is really to do with the sustainability of funding. And clearly there is a reliance upon ESF funding and resilience, the Resilience Fund, to start up, run the pilots in various countries. But I think there was a consensus that potentially that's a dangerous route to go down if you're looking for sustainable funding. That you need something which is going to survive a particular funding period. And I think again, what was quite interesting about the French and Singaporean cases was that in establishing those programs, there appeared to be a settlement. There was an agreement amongst various parties at the beginning that this is how it would be funded, and an agreement for it to be funded over the long term in that particular way. And that seems critical to the longevity of those two particular programs. And again, I think the point was made that if you just rely on, without that settlement, where you're reliant upon public sector funding primarily, then you're going to be up against the various exigencies that countries face in their public spending, and if you want ILAs to work, somehow you need to separate it from that and find an alternative means of funding, whether that's a levy or other training funds which are available within a country. But you certainly need to think long and hard about that if you don't want it to be just another initiative that runs for a few years and gets replaced by something else. So I think they were the critical points which came out of the discussion and answering the, I think, rather difficult but interesting questions we were posed.
Thank you, Terence. Now for the group on relevance and quality, Bertian Bijskool, the director of Okama Institute for Policy Support.
Okay, thank you. We had a quite interesting discussion on the relevance and quality of the provisions supported by the ILA. First, we had a presentation of Cedefop with some policy background, but I think also interesting to get to know more about the study that you recently started on quality in formal CVET. I think a lot of answers on questions we have could be answered in that study, so I'm looking forward as well when the study is finally ready and published. And of course, the experience of the French ILA CPF, there was a lot of discussion, people keen to learn about the experience in France, because that's the one and only ILA settled in Europe. First, some words on the implementation of introducing ILA in member states, because it could have a huge impact on the landscape of CVET providers, adult learning providers, because adult learners are in the driver's seat. They decide what kind of learning offer they want to pick in some way. So in potential, this could increase the supply of learning provision, of course, depending on the rules set by the scheme. And we discussed a lot about what kind of provision you would like to include in your scheme. but that could have an enormous impact also with new entry of new providers in a market that is rather stable normally. So this leads as well the introduction of the ILA to rethink quality standards, also in a high diversified market of training providers, public, private provision, formal, non-formal provision, state-recognized qualifications versus sector branch qualifications, and each having their own quality assurance system, or no system existing, for example, for a lot of non-formal provision in countries. So how to make all these systems comparable if we want to unite this in one ILA? And one of the key discussion points in one of the working sessions was, what do we trust in the end? And that differs per type of provisions. Like France, do we trust the government, only the professional qualifications set by law? When it comes to a university or public institute, can we trust Amazon or online provision, or do we need to set other standards for online provision? So there are different ways to think about trust in different systems. And we also discussed the key question, to what extent could the ILA system in your country build on existing quality assurance mechanisms, and what additional elements might be needed. And in the group, the majority, and that's, I think, clear of the countries, does not have an ILA, but it's good to hear, let's say, when we start talking, there's a foundation we can build on if you're introducing an ILA. So I think we talked a lot about the case of Poland, that has a sort of database of training providers. You need to have a quality seal to be part of this database, this register. Formal government provision is already entering this database, but private provision need to follow, let's say, sort of procedure to get this quality label. From France, it was quite interesting because the feeling is that there was already a mature system from the start, but also France learned by doing. So in the beginning, the quality assurance system was not really developed ex ante before establishing the scheme. And the quality assurance system was built, that came by experience, by fraud, misuse, etc., and also entry the quality label. So that's also a thing, what we learned from France is that its system has been built. In comparison, what we see with the Netherlands, because in France, only the professional qualification defined by law are in the register. The Netherlands is a completely other story, because the STAP scheme in the Netherlands was completely open for state-recognized qualifications, private providers, public providers, formal, non-formal, it's quite open. But interesting what kind of, well, it was opening at the start. Also some issues about misuse were considered, and also that there were a lot of hobby kind of training, that in the end also the ministry decided only to include the state-recognized qualification in the last time slots of the STAP regulation. So you see also by learning and doing, you differ in the kind of qualifications you include. And I think an important point, and that's a lesson to draw on, that was mentioned by one of the countries, saying we're not so advanced, and maybe quality is not the first to think about starting an ILA, but you should do it. So that was, I think, a clear message. There were some discussion points, and that is a point of reference to further think about whether quality assurance mechanisms really check the labor market relevance of the provision in registers, etc. Sometimes this is checked by committees, but sometimes they're still open to the market. We also had a good discussion about quality of what. Are we talking about organizations, programs, processes, or outcomes? And even we discussed about, can we consider also the quality of reaching out to vulnerable groups, let's say, adding this as quality criterion, if this is the crucial issue to get people on board. So that's also more discussing the quality of the enabling framework of the ILA that we discussed. We also discussed what we can learn from the France umbrella organizations, with different organizations, each having their own tasks and roles. And one of the issues also discussed were, as quality assurance system, whether we should look more at output-related indicators, also the labor market outcomes for learners. So following also the third stage of the quality cycle of the EQUAFET recommendation. the question about in the countries how it could be decided which training program should be eligible for funding through ILAs. Now, as already indicated, we have the clear example of France. That's only the professional qualifications by law, decided by the tripartite, decided with social partners and the government. The Netherlands has had a quite open approach, but the dilemma behind this, what can be considered as labor market relevance? And I know the situation in the Netherlands, there was a framework developed also to decide about the labor market relevance of the provision that can be supported by the STAP regulation. Are we talking about the shortage professions, the foundational skills, transversal skills, future skills? And I think that's the main issue, and I think we can learn between countries how we define a labor market relevance in line of the ILA or a voucher kind of schemes. And we also had a discussion whether you need to decide to include a qualification based on the minimum hours, the minimum of time investment in qualification. That was the case for France and Poland, but there was also an opposition on it, let's say, also in the spirit of the learning outcomes approach, that time doesn't matter, and that also the ILA should be more open for micro-credential kind of qualifications provision. Lastly, and that is for 1 minute, then I can finalize, we discussed also what kind of measures should be in place to prevent fraud and misuse of public funding in the ILA scheme. And I think we can really build on the experience of the France case that was also presented. There are some lessons learned about the measures implemented, like massive control actions to fight fraud and misuse. The platform redesign, sanctions of non-compliance that were shared, but also public awareness programs to maintain trust and transparency. So if you have incidents, you also need to inform, let's say, how the system contributes to trust and transparency, but also working in the ecosystem with other programs, supporting programs, policies to identify misuse. I think all together, this is a little bit what we discussed answering the three questions. What we discussed also about preventing fraud, we discussed also different quality measures about do we need to have certifications, quality labels, or do we need a sort of self-assessment quality, or do we need a quality award system? But there was a general feeling, let's say, that you need to have a sort of quality seals certification. So you need to have a safety mechanism also to exclude providers that are doing the wrong things. So that was a little bit the conclusion based on the three questions we had. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move to digital platforms with Cecilia Evardi, researcher in political economy at the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland.
Thank you. Yes, we had also a very interesting discussion on digital platforms. We started from the consideration that one of the barriers preventing adults from participation in adult education is the lack of awareness and the difficulty in accessing suitable and high-quality learning opportunities. And we learned today from one of the earlier presentations that the initiative to uptake adult education very frequently comes from the individual. So we started by considering that ILA digital platforms really may help overcome this barrier. And digital platforms can serve a dual purpose. First, they can act as aggregators of training opportunities and bring together all the learning offers that are accessible to individuals. And secondly, they also function as a gateway to funding for the individual. So for the individual to know how much funding is available for their learning and for their education. And so we, in our workshop on digital platforms, we identified several issues that come with digital platforms. The first and recurring one is one of fragmentation. This is not particularly new to adult education, more of an issue in education in general when it comes to cross-country comparisons, but also within country comparisons. So across Europe, for example, registries of adult education opportunities exist, but they are often scattered across ministries, across regions, across sectors. And because of this, often the interoperability between the registries is very low. What is more, also these systems often use taxonomies that are different, so standards that are different, and they make it difficult then to connect information for the user. So some ideas that we talked about here focused on modular systems that start small and then connect to other elements and to other registries progressively. But also we talked about promoting a shared data language through frameworks that, for example, build on existing frameworks such as the Europass. A second major challenge with digital platforms is their governance. So even when digital services exist, they are often managed by different institutions, and each has their own rules and each has their own databases. And this creates problems of comparability, but also trust. So who actually owns this data when multiple registries then feed into the same ILA? And how can individuals safely manage their own learning data? And here we talked about the need for clear governance frameworks, defining who is responsible for what, particularly when it comes for data protection. We talked about emerging technologies such as blockchain as potential tools to build trust and transparency. We also talked about the need for a very simple and user-friendly design because oftentimes this is what prevents adults from the uptake of education. And here, another idea that we brought up was the need, perhaps the usefulness of connecting to the digital personal identity that in many European countries already exists. So to connect that for learners who then can link their learning records and entitlements across platforms in order to overcome fragmentation. And in this context, it would be very important that individuals, when they move across countries, they can transfer this digital wallet and do not need to recreate a new one if they move across countries. Quality assurance is also an important challenge, both a technical but also a political challenge, because if anyone can just upload a course to the registry, then how do we ensure quality and prevent fraud? And it is important that there are robust quality control mechanisms. The registries should be linked to accredited or safe quality assured providers. Another strong theme that we discussed is accessibility, because even the best designed platforms will not succeed if they're very difficult to use. And in general, adults have less time to access education. And in many cases, adult education wants to target older workers or workers with lower digital skills. And we learned today that in the EU, half of the population has insufficient digital skills. So these platforms really need to be targeted at these types of learners. Interfaces need to be simple, and the system needs to be centralized. And so the ILA digital platform should really focus on the learner experience, ensuring that it's intuitive, multilingual, and friendly. In this context, we also discussed the issue of gender. Research shows that women are less likely to take up digital technical training. So the presentation of the opportunities for adult education really matters. And accessibility is not just a technical issue that has to do with the design of the interface, but a very important issue socially. Another challenge is exactly making ILAs effective, the digital platform for ILAs effective in reaching the people that it wants to reach. And in this context, we were discussing the eligibility criteria for registering in these digital platforms, and the issue of introducing targeted incentives as well as positive discrimination, at least in the beginning, for example, focusing more on the older workers in the beginning and then building on that progressively, or focusing more on the workers with obsolete skills and then building on that progressively. In general, it is very important, I think, and it comes from all the different country experiences that we listen to, that these platforms should not necessarily start from scratch. Many countries have already systems and elements that can support an ILA digital platform, guidance systems, systems for the validation of non-formal learning, and quality assurance frameworks. And the idea would be to build upon those, connect them, and then integrate them in a unified platform. One issue that is often overlooked is that once these systems are in place, they need to be kept up and running. Developing a platform is the first step, but then it needs to be maintained, updated, and governed. And treating the ILA digital platform as a public infrastructure rather than a short-term project could be a way to maintain it and make sure that the platform reaches workers in the long term, workers and learners, sorry. So in the end, we discussed many ongoing challenges when it comes to development of transparent, learner-centered digital platforms. We talked about the need for better data, better comparability, and a stronger integration between different elements that constitute the digital platforms. And we stressed really the issue that this is not solved once the platform goes live, but will require constant institutional maintenance. Thank you.
I think indeed. Let's see. Okay, the cameras are a bit crazy today, but okay, it seems they are working again. So let me leave the floor to Inigo Isusi for the last working group on training, leave, and income replacement. He's a research manager at EKAE, Research and Consulting. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, we had a very interesting discussion on training leaves and income replacement. A basic preliminary reflection from the group. Time is a very important barrier. Sometimes we don't realize very much, but without time, even funded opportunities remain inaccessible. So time is quite an element, no? And the Council recommendation on ILAs actually underlines that paid training leave is a core element of the enabled framework for lifelong learning. So time, how to bring time to the discussion, how to bring time for learning is a key element. And what is the role of these paid training leaves? And well, from the discussion, it became very clear from the beginning that we have to distinguish two main types of training leaves. One is short training leaves, usually related to upskilling, short courses, 1, 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, versus extended leave, usually linked to reskilling, to second career, to more engagement from people and from companies. And of course, this difference is very important because these different short versus extended training leaves can have, in fact, different policy and financial needs. In the case of short leaves, as I mentioned, workshops, short courses, micro-credentials, etc., money is always important, but money perhaps is not that important in this case. It's more important related to employer flexibility, supportive work organization. The main challenge sometimes is aligning train with work and, of course, from the individual perspective, family schedules. Employers usually continue paying wage, sometimes being reimbursed. Here, to some extent, the availability of instruments to some extent cover the situation. Of course, we have to take into account some specific groups. I mean, SMEs, low-skilled people. For these people, really, you need to have some kind of proactive approach because these people will never or have more difficulties to get these short training leaves than other groups. So perhaps for these groups, you need some kind of ad hoc support. But in the case of the extended leaves, remember we are talking about second chance education, reskilling, an issue that is very, very important and getting more and more important in current situation. Well, we found that there is insufficient support, to be honest, in Europe. And here we find that public support, in addition to company support, of course, and individual support, but public support is key, is really a key element. Because two main reasons. On the one hand, most adult people cannot sustain full employment while studying for months, for instance, so some kind of wage replacement is key. And companies usually do not assume this cost, particularly for low-skilled workers or wherever. No, I mean it's very costly and complicated for them to get rid of workers for a period of time, no, a long period of time. Yeah, access remains limited to those who cannot afford a temporary income loss. We also discussed the role of the other support measures around, and we discussed particularly the issue of unemployment. In many cases, for these people who really want to go on a second chance opportunity, change career, etc., unemployment benefits used to be the only way to do this. And it became from the discussion that to what extent this possibility now is fully operational, to what extent this opportunity can be used by individuals, with some barriers on that. So definitely this extended training leaves is a key issue in the European policy domain, policy landscape. And yeah, there is need to do something on that. We also discussed some of the main barriers that prevent the use of training leaves. Of course, these barriers are associated to some policy measures. People mention issues related to lack of awareness of information. For instance, many companies, many workers simply don't know that they are entitled to training leave. Financial insecurity. So individuals may perceive that replacement rates are insufficient for their household obligations. Employer reluctance or discretion, that's another issue. Difficulties amongst companies to replace absent staff, or feeling that the extended absence is disruptive, loss of income. So it's a big barrier as well mentioned. The administrative complexity of some of these training leaves was also mentioned. Lengthy approval processes, overlapping authorities, complex documentation, discourage both employers and employees, so something to do here. It was clear from the discussion that these training leaves are very expensive. They cost a lot. So, in fact, it was discussed in the meeting in the group that some countries have actually discontinued or reformed some of these training leave schemes. It was the case in Austria or Finland. So here, financial support is key. And of course, we had an extensive discussion as well on the issue of inequality of access across these sectors or contract types or SMEs or people unemployed, or what happened with inactive people, low skilled. So these kind of groups are usually unattended or poorly attended by these training leaves. So probably some kind of ad hoc support measures are needed for them. Finally, we discussed the role of social dialogue and governance. We had the experience of Denmark, which was very enriching and very interesting for us. The key role that social partners may play in designing and financing training leave systems to increase legitimacy, equity of access, adequacy to tackle real market needs, key role. So I think that was all we discussed. So basically a few messages from our group. First, the importance of co-funding for these training leaves arrangements. Sustained by important resources, adequate and sustainable income replacement is key. Because time should be a right for all, not a privilege for the few. The issue of equity and inclusiveness must be embedded in design. So make sure that all groups or at least unattended groups or groups that have more difficulties to participate in these training leaves may have a further chance to do so. We were talking about low skill, part-time, self-employed, SME workers, etc., women. We also discussed the importance of adapting the training supply to the needs of individuals and companies. Sometimes companies, individuals cannot afford to go for a course for 2 months, but maybe they can afford to do something more modular or more short or more micro-credential, unit of competences, etc. So facilitate this approach as well. And finally, as I mentioned before, the Danish example has shown the importance of making sure to base your design in strong social partnerships to ensure sustainability, legitimacy by all people, and actually bring the attention of these disadvantaged groups to the design. And finally, one final message, the importance of embedding your design, the design of these training leaves into the more complex system of support. Training leaves should be part of the whole system, of support system for learning, and it's very important to design it in a way that really fits and complements and makes sense into the whole system. And I think that was all from my side and from my group.
Thank you indeed, colleagues. So we will not take questions, but I would like to thank you again for respecting your timing, and I'm sure there will be time later to discuss perhaps some bilateral question and remarks. So now I would like to ask you to leave the desk here, and I would like to ask the next panelists to join us on the stage. We managed a new managed to arrive to the last session, so please keep some the last drop of energy for this, and then we can relax with a cocktail at the reception. So I'll pass the floor here to Elias Livanos, who is an expert here in research and policy analysis here at Cedefop, who will introduce the panelists and continue with the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alfredo. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, we'll be closing the first day of what I found to be a very successful event with a panel discussion that my colleagues Mantas and Patricia have put together, and I have the pleasure of delivering. So the purpose of the panel is to leverage the experience and expertise of our panel members on ILAs. And I believe that we have a lot to learn from their individual experiences. So far, we have heard a lot about their countries, but now it's time to hear what actually is happening from them. Some of the questions that we'll be dealing with include how effective have ILAs been in supporting adults taking up learning opportunities, what are the challenges that their countries have faced and what they have done to overcome them or what they plan to do. And then when we take a more forward-looking approach, what is coming next, for example, in the countries that they do have ILAs, how can they enhance the effectiveness of such systems, but also how can they enhance the contribution in achieving the EU goals of increasing adult participation. And in the countries that they do not have ILAs, how do they see them what do they see to be the potential for increasing their adult training systems? So for the selection of countries, we have chosen those that they are at different stages of their ILAs or ILA type schemes. And in particular, we have Croatia that had a very recent experience in piloting a voucher scheme, and now it is aspiring to move towards a fully fledged system, large-scale ILA. Then we have Austria that has experience in implementing vouchers and other schemes at both national and regional level. Netherlands is another country that had a recent experience, but for some reasons the program was discontinued. And finally, France, we have heard of France a couple of times this morning, is a country that has the most long-lasting experience with a fully fledged large-scale ILA, and I believe there would be a lot to learn from them. So I would like to start introducing the colleagues. First of all, we have Dario Byron, who is a senior expert advisor at the Ministry of Labour, Pension System, Family and Social Policy from Croatia. Welcome, Dario. Then we have Monica Nigel, who is the head of the division of the Counseling Center for Career and Further Education at the Vienna Employment Promotion Fund in Austria. Welcome. We have Lies de Bar, who is a policy officer at the Ministry of Social Affairs and Employment in the Netherlands. Welcome to you, Elise, as well. And then we have Flavio Leoni, who is a communications officer at the Cedefop in France, and Amadine Fousset from the Ministry of Labour, Health and Solidarity and Families, again from France. So I will start the round of questions with Dario. Dario, welcome again. Thank you so much for being here. So we have discussed so far that Croatia has piloted a voucher system, and now based on the experience that you have gained, you're thinking towards the design of a fully fledged system. My question to you is if you could provide us with some detail of this smooth process, or hopefully a smooth process that entails moving from the pilot towards the fully fledged system. And how do you see the role of ILAs within the broader adult learning system? Thank you.
Thank you. So first, just to give a very brief introduction into what voucher system actually is. We started with the implementation in 2000 and in 2022. And the voucher system is basically available both to employed and unemployed persons in Croatia. It is a one-off measure, so each person can use voucher only once for the training. The funding was provided through RRF and DSF+, and the voucher scheme will run until the end of 2029. The important thing to note is actually that it already includes quite a number of points which are supposed to be included in ILA. For example, we have the voucher portal, which is used as our national portal and which can be accessed via mobile app or via the internet. It is also the national registry, so all the available trainings that are used through the voucher systems are available on the platform. We also have a career guidance implemented as part of this voucher portal. We also have the validation system in place, and our labor law already includes the provisions for regulating paid training leave for training. So we are quite well along the line to actually have ILAs established in the country as such. Now, we already did one evaluation of the voucher system at the beginning of the last year, and we want to do another evaluation which will be finished in the first quarter of the next year. After we finish with this evaluation, we want to actually establish a working group that will then develop an actual roadmap of transferring from a voucher system to ILA. The basis for this working group already exists. We have the National Forum for Lifelong Learning, which will have this additional mandate, let's say, to develop this roadmap. And the main issue, I think, will be, of course, a very difficult discussion on actual sustainable budgeting from the national funds for the ILA scheme in the future. We have different types of funding already available, and we will, through the work of the working group, try to kind of centralize them and see what can be leaked into the ILA funds in the future. One very recent initiative which we had from our Office for Social Partnership is they have developed the action plan for collective bargaining for the next year. And one of the proposed negotiating points is the introduction of the compensation for professional development and lifelong learning that the employers would pay for their employees, and they specifically mentioned ILA in this context. So this is another potential financing source for our ILA in the future. All of this process will actually be funded through one of the ESF Plus projects, which we have started in March this year, called the strengthening of connection between education and the labor market. And hopefully by the end of 2027, the roadmap itself will be developed, and then during the last 2 years of the ESF funding period, we can actually establish the ILA system completely and start it with the next financing perspective after 2029. As it comes to your second part of the question, we have seen that the voucher system has actually already taken over a lot of adult education and adult learning system in Croatia. And with the transfer from voucher system to ILA, I think it will have quite a significant impact on the adult learning and adult participation in Croatia in the future, especially since our country is still quite low when it comes to the percentage of adult participation in learning. We are around half of the EU average, not that well, but we have seen already quite a big impact with the voucher system, and with ILA in the future, I think it will be even more significant. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Now, moving on to Monica. Monica, welcome. Thank you for being with us today. So Austria, it is well known for the investment when it comes to active labor market policy and adult learning for the unemployed. One could say, though, that the support for CVET for the employed, it is less developed. So the question is, taking the example of Vienna, could you explain a little bit the importance of regional level for financing adult learning in Austria? For example, what are the key challenges and how do you address them? And to what extent a national level ILA could help to resolve this? And finally, would you see any limitations to a national level ILA instrument? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. So at the beginning, I would like to speak about some of the challenges we have to face in Austria and especially in Vienna when it comes to labor market policy and adult education. Later on, I want to highlight how Vienna stands as a strong example of how regional approaches can help address these challenges effectively. So let me highlight 5 key areas of concern in Vienna. Economic pressure and inflation. Austria has been going through a long period of economic difficulty. Here in Vienna, the unemployment rate is very high, and major company closures have led to job losses and growing insecurity for many people. More than a half of Vienna's working age population has a migration background. Many migrants are working in low-skilled jobs, even when they have good qualifications. Language barriers, discrimination, and lack of recognition for foreign diplomas make it hard for them to fully participate in the labor market. Many people with university degrees are working in jobs that don't match their education. This is especially true again for migrants. Why? Because they often lack access to professional networks, face language challenges, and experience discrimination. Almost 50% of unemployed people in Vienna have only completed compulsory schooling. Their risk of unemployment is 3 times higher than for those with vocational training. Participation in adult education depends heavily on income and social background. So, in the light of these challenges, I would like to introduce you the work of the Vienna Employment Promotion Fund, in short WAF. So WAF is supporting people in Vienna for over 30 years. WAF was founded in 1995. Since then, it has helped around 700,000 people in Vienna improve their job opportunities
and it works closely together with the Public Employment Service and many other partners in Vienna. In 2025, WAF has a budget of about 150 million euros and a team of about 260 employees. Every year, more than 40,000 people benefit from WAF services. So what's our mission? Is to help people develop their careers, support adult education and training, provide financial help for courses and qualification, and promote equal opportunities, especially for women and migrants, and assist young people in starting their careers. WAF offers a strong support for people who are already working but want to improve their skills and chances for careers. What does it include? Free career counseling, help with recognizing foreign qualifications, support for women returning to work, programs for digital and climate-related jobs, and financial support for training and education from 500 euros up to 5,000 euros. So now I would like to give you one example for individual learning account in Vienna. It's the Chancencheck or Opportunity Check. It's one of WAF's most successful programs. It has been available since 2015, and it's co-financed by the European Social Fund and the City of Vienna. What does it offer? It offers up to 5,000 euros for training and education. WAF pays 90% of the costs for courses and exams, and the money goes directly to the training providers. No upfront payment is needed. For what can you use the Chancencheck? To complete an apprenticeship, formal education, gain new qualifications like German as a second language, get foreign diplomas recognized, or take part on job-related trainings. And who can apply? People who live in Vienna, who are residents in Vienna, people who are employed, even part-time or on educational leave, people working below their qualification levels or in helper roles. So, and besides this individual learning accounts, WAF also offers individual career counseling. WAF, it's free and personal, and it helps people to find the right training and education, plan their careers step by step, understand which funding they can get support before and after parental leave, and explore new ways, especially through programs for women. Our funding programs are tailored to the needs of diverse and different groups based on education and income. The more challenging a person's situation, the stronger the support, especially in training and education. Individual learning accounts are embedded in a comprehensive advisory process, ensuring that guidance and financial support go hand in hand. Besides strong programs, WAF has a focus on outreach work, pop-up counseling in housing areas and public events, creative campaigns, or social media soap operas. And this year we run the Future Fit Festival with about 280 events across Vienna, focusing on healthcare, social services, and STEAM fields. So you see, WAF helps people in Vienna to learn, grow, and succeed, especially in times of economic change and uncertainty. It promotes fairness, inclusion, and opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Now we'll move to Elise. Elise, welcome. Thank you for being with us. So, in the Netherlands, there has been a major scheme that was recently implemented in the Netherlands, but it was terminated. And that was soon after the implementation, even though there was a high demand for it. And partly that was due to budget restrictions. Maybe there was also some public criticism of the program as well. But we know that you're busy, and I think Manta said it this morning, that you're evaluating what has happened, and even though it took place and it was run for a short period of time, you're evaluating and you're trying to reflect what could bring to the future. So the question is, what are the main lessons that you have learned from this process, and how do you understand public financing for adult learning to evolve in the Netherlands? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me here to elaborate this subject. The STAR budget is already many occasions spoken of today, so I hope I can tell something new, but I'll do my best. The lessons learned, I have three. It's always good to have three. I have three lessons. The first is that financial support of adult learning does have effect. It has a positive effect. Two is set conditions on the training courses, which you will fund as a government. And three, set conditions on the training providers. That's what we've learned. Now I'll elaborate that a little bit. Financial support of adult learning does have effect directly because we had some interim results from Bert-Jan. He did the evaluation. That it seemed that more than half of the people who used this subsidy were more practically educated people, till EQF level 4. And later on, it appeared that the position on the labor market was positively improved after they used it compared to people who didn't use it. But it also had indirect effects. It started the process of thinking about adult learning. So although people didn't get the money, they also started to do the course in 28%. So that the realization that adult learning is important was started with this. So that was very happy. We were very happy with that. Set clear conditions on the kind of training you would like to fund with your public budget. Like Bert-Jan already said, in the beginning we let it open. We were all very happy that there were all training providers who would like to offer something, but it was way over. It didn't go well. It was too much. The wrong courses were in it. There also were good courses, but the difference was hard to make. So what you could do is set clear conditions as relevance for the labor market and, for example, the EQF classification for non-formal training. Three, also set clear conditions on the training providers. Not all providers are, unfortunately, trustworthy. We are looking for stable and trustworthy providers, so you have to have some conditions on that. But you have to guard the balance between market intervention and efficiency of your budget. This is a thin line. You have to be very careful with that. Now we started a new scheme after we had some money left of the STAR budget. Little budget, and we changed the focus not on the persons themselves for self-management, but on employers. And employers, we get them from sectors and industries who have a development path. We work with development path now, and development path is a sequence of functions which can be used to enter new people into your section or industry or grow in a particular sector. A sector or industries are the owner of the development path. So that's a good basis for labor market relevance. And per function, there is training which is needed to get to do the function, and that training that we subsidize. And we make difference. EQF levels 1 to 3 we subsidize for 90%, and 4 and higher 40%. So that asks also a co-funding of the employer. And we do that only for socially crucial sectors, such as care, technology, and IT. We hope to learn from the scheme how to frame the training options and how to set conditions for training providers. That is our new lessons. This experience we hope to be able to use in an ILA. Wow, I'm tired. We will start an orientational research shortly we hope to get some suggestions for how we can do that in the Netherlands. And if there will be an ILA, is also dependent of the government. The end of this month, we have also again new elections, and we have to wait and see what that brings. We have a lot of elections lately. Everybody thinks that adult learning is very important, but it's hard to get proper public funding. Nobody does that. Well, let's hope for the best.
Thank you, Elise. Let me now welcome the colleagues from France. You have been quite popular today in the discussions, and this is because you're the only country that you have a fully fledged large-scale ILA, which is compatible with all the specifications. So if I may start with Flavio. With all this extensive experience that you have with the large-scale ILA, could you shortly tell us a little bit about whether there have been any risks and any challenges, because I'm sure that something lies beneath your success, and what have you done to juggle with them? And also, if you think about your success, what would you think are the key factors that have also ensured the sustainability of your system? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You got 3, I got 5. First of all, the most important challenge was about the data. High quality, reliable data is really fundamental, first of all, to manage the rights of the people, also to monitoring the training supply, assessing impacts on the public policy, and of course also on preventing fraud. So first of all, first challenge is about data, high quality data. The second one is about the information system. Another challenge is to have a robust and secure information system that can also adapt to offer new services, new functionalities to different users. So second one, information system. Next, we have a significant risk and also a challenge is about the quality. The quality of the training organizations, the quality about the training delivered by them. We discussed it earlier. We have undertaken many efforts on the quality, but still it remains and will continue to be a major challenge for the service. Closely tied to the quality, we have the regulation and the fraud prevention. This is a critical challenge, a core risk that must be addressed from the start. When you design the system, when you design the website, you have to think about the fraud, about how to prevent the fraud mechanism, and to continue to strengthen and update the system to contrast the fraud mechanism. And here the challenge is to build something strong, something secure, but still user-friendly, to not discourage the people to use the service. And finally, the last challenge is about the financing. We talked about it many times. The finance is a really important risk and challenge. And here again, from the start, you have to think about a system that can be sustainably funded all over the years. In France, since the start, it cost more than 13 billion euros, quite a lot. So you have to think about the financing, and in order to address this challenge, you can also think about the additional financial support you can have from a private or public sector, from the regions, from the employers, branches, etc. So in order to have to ensure the long-term viability of the service. So we have the data, the information system, the quality, the regulation and fraud prevention, and then the financing.
Thank you, Flavio. Now, Amandine, Flavio did sort of a stock-taking exercise and described a little bit the challenges, but also the keys to the success. Now, if you look into the future and take into account also these challenges that were already mentioned, how do you see the French ILA evolving to the future? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the invitation today, and good afternoon, everyone. So, looking ahead to the future of the French individual learning account, the French learning account, by the way, is called CPF, so I'm going to use the acronym quite a lot during the presentation. So our objective nowadays is really to increase the employability of workers and to better align individuals' profiles with the labor market needs in order to prevent a skill shortage on the one hand and to adapt to the twin transition on the other hand, so the ecological and the digital transition. And therefore, we will focus not on 3, not on 5, but on 4 priorities for the future of the CPF. First, to develop new service, to reinforce then funding. The third is to improve the quality of the training proposed, and then to prevent fraud. So the first priority for us now is to develop new services related to the CPF. So we are currently working on 2 passports. So you have the prevention passport and the skill passport. So the prevention passport is like a digital space that records all the training of the workers in the health and security at work in order to improve the traceability and thus to prevent occupational risk and accident. And then you have the second passport, the skill passport, which is a bit different, is somehow a resume of the individual training history to, which is compiling all the diploma, professional experiences, and voluntary activities of the worker, and can generate an online CV for the worker that can be used to facilitate the job search. So these 2 passports aim to guarantee an updated, transparent, and certified profile of the worker and for the worker. Our second priority is to reinforce, as Flavio just said, the funding. So we want to encourage the involvement of public funding, mainly from the region, and the private funder, especially the company and the professional branches. Therefore, we are promoting a co-construction process of training pathway between employees and employers, with the objective to really finance the upskilling and reskilling of workers. Thirdly, we work to update and improve the catalog of the eligible certification to ensure that the proposal is still very large, but also qualitative and above all nowadays adapt to the economic and social needs. Our last priority, as Flavio mentioned, is to ensure and improve the quality of the training organization and the training courses that they propose, as well as to prevent the fraud to CPF. So really our work nowadays is to focus on reinforcing the CPFs in terms of quality, funding, adaptability to the market needs, but without losing its initial spirit, I would say, which is the free choice of training by individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amandine. I found this panel a very useful policy learning exercise, and I see that we do have some time left, unless the time police has... okay, we have the clearance. So I think it would be quite useful to open the floor for any questions you have for any of the panelists. They're here. You can gain from their experiences, maybe share your own thoughts with them and us. So please. I think the gentleman there rose their hand first.
Can you hear me? Fantastic. Hi, I'm Stefan, and I have a question, well, really for everyone, but maybe particularly for our French colleagues. When we're thinking about sort of a modern individual learning account, that's of course underpinned by a strong register of learning opportunities, whatever we call this. when we were designing as part of a project what the modern combined ALE and ILA system could look like, in our minds there's a lot to be done with policy foresight and utilizing the data that one collects by having a centralized database of not only learning opportunities, but also what are actually the individuals using the learning for, whether that's an analysis of skill gaps, an analysis of what are providers actually providing, things that are traditionally, even on national level, quite difficult to gather. And we've seen there's a lot of expensive studies who are somehow trying to analyze what's going on national level. So the availability of data, and again, this could be a question for anyone in the panel, but particularly for the French colleagues, you have this data available. Are you doing anything with the data? Are you using it for informing future policy? Do you analyze what's happening in the labor market based on the data that you have as part of your scheme? I'd be very curious to hear any experiences or maybe also wishes for the future of sort of modern ILA systems and what they can achieve beyond just the funding element.
I start. Thank you very much. Interesting question. So about the data, so it's all centralized by Cedefop. So we received all the data from the employers. This is very important to have. We also manage all the websites. So we have all the data about the training organizations, how they make, the type of training they offer on the platform, all the buying, etc. So we have all this data, that's right. With this data, we are working on it. It opens a lot of ideas. For example, we use it with the regions that gave us some additional financial support to see how this additional financial support is used by the citizens. And also, we use data with other institutions. We share our information. For example, we say, okay, we want to encourage people to do some trainings on green transitions. So we will talk with the Ministry of Labor, with other institute ministry, and share our information, say, okay, in this region, for example, Pays de la Loire, it's a region on the left, in France, in the west, thank you. They need more people working on green transition. And it's also a will of the region. So we will analyze the offer present in that region. We will analyze the job seekers in that region. And so we will try to match them. But still, we have a lot of data. By the way, it's you can consult it. It's on open. You can consult it on the website. It's not blocked. Yes, I can give you the link. And but still, we have to use it better to try to analyze the effect of ILA on the professional career with the data. This is we're not quite ready to do it yet, but we're not working on it for the future.
Somebody else would like to chip in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing, because besides the voucher system, we also have something called the labor market portal. This is a separate system which is also managed by our ministry and which collects all the data relevant for the Croatian labor market. It collects the data from the Croatian Employment Service, from the pension insurance, from all of the educational systems, various agencies. And basically we have the data segregated on national, regional and local level. So that, for example, it gives us the information on how many people enroll certain schools and occupations, how many finish it, how many of them are after 6 months employed in that occupation, what are the average salaries for a specific occupation in different parts of the country. And we use this data in developing our labor market policies. Now, what we still lack is some kind of a future forecast for this tool. And this is something that we are planning to develop in the future as well. The voucher portal is, of course, linked to it with its own data, but it's a smaller part, let's say, of the overall database which we have available.
Thank you. I think the second question was from Giovanni.
Thank you. Giovanni Crisona, I represent the Skillman Network. I don't know if it's my impression, but I think that this debate from the morning is very much focused on the individual training entitlement. I'm referring to the definitions in the recommendation of the Council. And apart the very comprehensive system that the French team presented, I think that this focus doesn't make us to understand in terms of the role of public funding, how we have to invest to create a system in which the individual learning accounts are something with that give the possibility to workers or to citizens, to individuals, to own their own credentials, which is the second part of the recommendation. So the individual learning account is the delivery mode for individual training elements. It is a personal account that allows individuals to accumulate and preserve their entitlements over time. I think that this part is very important, and maybe we are not focusing too much on that. It's a question if it's necessary or not to understand the role of public funds in this regard.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody from the panel would like to get back to that, or maybe my colleagues would like to intervene. Maybe Mantas would like to make a comment, or Patricia.
No, thank you for the question. Of course, I believe that the French is the primary example where we see the accumulated entitlement being realized in practice. Apart from that, that's sort of a bit of an open question. We have seen, for example from Cyprus. I think it was presented in the working group session where I was, where they argue that they don't they give in advance a 3 years entitlement right at the beginning. So it's not so much a cumulative question, but you make sure that from the start you can cover the type of training you need. So that would be a bit of an alternative example. And I think even the French example, but maybe really Flavio or Amandine can comment. After a few years of operation, most of the people would probably already have this significant amount of entitlement, and the system is not, how to say, you don't accumulate anymore. You have a certain level of accumulation, which then people, those who decide to use, to access it, then they do use, and there is a certain stabilization. So you have a bit of a transition period at the start of the system, and then it stabilizes, and the accumulation function per se stops functioning at that point in time. So it has reached maturity, you have a quite significant entitlement available, and then the impact of the accumulation function per se is not as prominent anymore. But maybe I think Flavio is really better placed to react to that, so I would very much welcome or Amandine the reaction. But thank you from my side for the very good question.
Yes, thank you very much for your remark and question. Yeah, in France, the credit is really attached to the person. In fact, it's open to all working age people from the age of 16 till they retired, regardless the employment statute. So everyone can have the CPF if you are an employee, a job seeker, or self-employed. And the rights are really attached to the person and fully transferable when changing job or employment status. And the rights are accumulated in euros. So each individual can get 500 euro annually. So it's not money that you get on your bank account, but it's a credit that you have on a specific account, which is called Mon Compte Formation. And so you have an addition of this amount over the years, up to a maximum of 5,000 euros. And maybe Flavio will complete.
Yes, and for the people with disabilities or less qualification, 800 euros by year to 8,000 on the maximum. So yes, it's really important. It's for the person, and like Amandine said, whatever your next job is. And here the goal to put this limit on 500 and 5,000 or 800, 8,000 is to encourage people to use it frequently. So, okay, I have 5,000, use it once, it will increase again, use it again, etc. And it's also the goal of the additional fundings from the regions or for the employers with the voluntary endowments.
Unless there is another burning question, I see Terence. Terence would like to make a statement or a question.
It was just a quick question. Those of us who are involved in skills anticipation sometimes think we have the monopoly of knowledge about where training should take place, but often I think we underestimate the individual's knowledge of what they need to invest in. And I was just wondering, in the case of the French system, which seems very impressive, just how much freedom do you give to the individual to choose what they want to do, rather than saying, here's a limited number of courses you're eligible for?
Okay. Total freedom. Total freedom. They can use it like they want, whenever they want. If the training is outside your work hours, you don't even have to mention it to your employer. So you can do whatever you want. The only case where you have to inform your employer, it's when you have to do it on your working hours. It's the only case. Otherwise, you can use it like you want. Total freedom.
Amazing. So the colleagues will be out for the next networking cocktail, but I will pass on Alfredo to close the event. But in the meantime, I would like to invite you to give a big round of applause to our colleagues, not only for their presence, but also for all the hard work they're putting to present all these instruments. So back to Alfredo.
Thank you, Elias, so much, and thank you, colleague, for bearing with us through this long day of discussions. So also an applause to you that participated. So now, bear with me literally 5 minutes, but I have some important information that you need to understand for tonight and tomorrow. So, but let's start for tomorrow. So, as you know, we start at 10 with the cafe starting a little bit earlier at 9:30. There is an event also tomorrow that starts from the same place as today, so close to the White Tower, but in front of the Royal Theatre, the Vasilico Teatro, at 8:45. So if you need to take it, please be aware of that and don't miss it. Now, we have indeed the reception that will not be here in front of the room, but in the canteen of Cedefop. So you just need to walk a bit down the hall. And we have a bus leaving for the people that are tired or they needs to leave early at, at 6:30. So the first bus is at 6:30. And then we have another one around 7:38. For tomorrow again, we plan to finish a little bit later than what anticipated, so at 1:15. So as you know, there is a bus that goes to the airport directly. Is there anyone that has a problem if the bus starts a little bit later? So again, 15-20 minutes later, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay. For you, then please reach out to the colleagues at the welcome desk So we will try to see if there is a solution or an alternative. There are always taxi. Then again, tomorrow is going to be another long day of discussions, a little bit shorter. We will talk about training funds with case studies from Latvia and Poland. And then we will look at the future again with the vision of financing adult learning for the next years. Thank you so much. With this, I close the first day of the conference. Thank you so much.